Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 14th of February 2023. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded for future generations' enjoyment. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. With that, there has been an agenda agenda circulated. Would there be a motion to adopt or any deletions from that agenda? Anybody? Councillor Swanson?
I'll adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Also, the minutes of the regular council meeting of the 24th of January 2023 were circulated. Were there any errors or omissions noted? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes then. Councillor Graham, please. All those in favor? And that's carried. That brings us on the agenda to item 4.1, which is a public hearing. I shall call the public hearing to order at, I believe we're about 9:01 or so. I'm just going to outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have an opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to staff for the background report, I'll take a moment or two to do a round of introductions. So I'll start with Councillor Graham, please.
Good morning. I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning. Jenny Malhoff, Division 1, Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Reeve Lougheed. I represent Division 3, and I'm Reeve as well.
Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning. Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hello, Division 7, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Senior Planner.
Hello, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning and Development.
Well, thank you all, and to start off, I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Gillum to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the introductions. Usually we have an actual applicant, but in this case, we are the applicant, so it's kind of a bit of a different process this time, but yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so I've had Alana put up the map here just so you can have a visual. So Clearwater County presently holds title to Plan 9525023 Lot 1, being the unsubdivided portion of the hamlet of Nordegg, and then Plan 1323535 Block 3 Lot 19 and 20, and part of the Southeast 2740 of 15 in the hamlet of Nordegg. The proposal is to redesignate approximately 7.51 acres of the above mentioned lands. Approximately 6.43 acres of the land is to be redesignated from the agriculture district to the Nordegg mixed use residence resort commercial district, and approximately 1.07 acres of the land is to be redesignated to the Nordegg historic core commercial retail district. So Clearwater County is proposing to subdivide the lands to create 29 fully serviced mixed-use residential lots and 4 fully serviced commercial retail lots. 2 commercial lots were previously subdivided but not rezoned. This phase of development would also include the creation of Lily Avenue and an extension of Center Street. This proposed redesignation is in line with the Nordegg Development Plan update, which was adopted by Council on September 14th, 2021. Map 8 from the Nordegg Development Plan update has been included in your agenda package for your reference, which shows what these lands are intended to be. Therefore, this application is to rezone a portion of the subject lands as shown on Schedule A of the proposed bylaw. So planning direction, I have included a number of MDP policies that are relevant to this application. A lot of them are general, just that the location, intensity, scale, and design of the development is suitable for the adjacent lands. Policy 7.2.2, Clearwater County encourages infill and redevelopment within hamlets for uses that strengthen the social and economic fabric of the hamlet as a community center for the surrounding areas. Development in and around hamlets should continue to promote the compact nature of hamlets, including by utilizing appropriately sized small lots. Policy 7.2.6, Clearwater County encourages the development of a range of locally appropriate housing types within hamlets in accordance with an adopted outline plan, or like the Nordegg Development Plan. And Clearwater County will continue to promote tourism-oriented development that enhances Nordegg as a year-round destination point. So, and then the land use bylaw, section 13.433, the Nordegg Mixed Use Residence Resort Commercial District. The purpose of this district is to accommodate and regulate the development of a mix of low-density residential uses and small-scale resort accommodations in buildings that resemble a historical single-family dwelling in the historic town center of Nordegg. And then the Nordegg Historic Core Commercial. The general purpose of this district is to establish a pedestrian-friendly town center commercial area in Nordegg. So policy considerations. The main purpose of this application is to rezone a total of approximately 7.51 acres of Plan 9525023 Lot 1 and Plan 1323535 Block 3 Lot 19 and 20 from agriculture to NMUR and NHC for the purpose of creating 29 fully serviced mixed-use residential lots and 6 fully serviced commercial retail lots in the town center of the hamlet of Nordegg. The sizes of the proposed parcels meet the acceptable lot sizes as set out in the county's land use bylaw for each applicable district. The proposal also meets the outline plans within the Nordegg Development Plan update. So recommendation, at the regular council meeting held on December 20th, 2022, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 113122. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings of bylaw 113122. Thank you.
And thank you. Would council have any questions for the development officer? Any questions? Would you have any comments received from referral agencies?
I do, yeah. So, Alberta Transportation sent a fairly lengthy comment back, but basically they say that they have the following comments. The department expects the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in an ALSA plan, if applicable. The department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved by or on the local road connections to the highway system. As per the Hamlet of Nordegg Traffic Impact Assessment dated November 7, 2022, Transportation and Economic Corridors offers no objection to the land use redesignation provided the recommendations are followed. And there's a variety of intersectional things that were mentioned in there regarding the TIA. So Alberta Transportation offers the following comments with respect to the application. The requirements of Section 18 of the regulation are met based on the TIA provided. The department determines that that improvements to the highway are required to accommodate the proposal pursuant to Section 21 of the regulation. Alberta Transportation grants approval of the subdivision authority to vary the requirements of Section 18 of the regulation subject to the following requirements. The requirements of Section 19 of the regulation are met pursuant to Section 21 of the regulation. If there are any changes to the proposed subdivision that are submitted with This land use referral, separate referral pursuant to section 760 of the matters related to subdivision and development regulation is required, and comments in respect of sections 18 and 19 of the regulation contained in this decision are no longer valid. Alberta Health Services, their comments are, if any evidence of contamination or other issues of public health concern are identified at any phase of the development, AHS wishes to be notified. They want to ensure the property is maintained in accordance with the Alberta Public Health Act, nuisance and general sanitation regulation, and any applicable setback distances as outlined in the nuisance and general sanitation regulation must be adhered to. It is imperative that the applicant abide by the appropriate building code, Alberta Building Codes, Fire Codes, and public health legislation requirements during all stages of development. TELUS Communications has no objections with the proposal. Fortis Alberta has advised that they have no concerns and that they can be contacted for electrical services. Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the proposed subdivision application and has no objection. Operations has no comments or concerns regarding the proposal. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed this application on January 27th, 2023, and the MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the subject land use amendment. And that's all of them.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, this is somewhat different than what we normally follow in our script for a public hearing, but would the applicant like to speak to anything in particular about the application? I'll go to Mr. Reyes, please.
Thank you, Reeve, and good morning, Council. Nothing to add at this point, but we are in full support of the application, and it meets all the policies, the county policies, and we are proceeding and moving ahead with developing the hamlet.
Okay, thank you. So at this portion of the public hearing, we ask for anyone in favor of the application to speak. So again, comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. And I would certainly welcome anybody from the gallery that would like to speak if they would come forward, and we'll find a spot for you and give you a few minutes to share what you'd like to share with us. Well, good morning and welcome, and we'll have you introduce yourself if you would, and then you can go ahead with what you'd like to share with us.
Sure. My name is Murray Perch. My wife and I are full-time residents of the Nordig South Subdivision as of about 2 weeks ago. As well, I am a third-generation descendant of a Nordig miner. I'd like to express support for any and all advancement with regard to Nordig as set out in the Clearwater County Nordig Historic Core District. Groundbreaking on our residence occurred on May 18th. Having spent most of my time on site during construction, I was able to garner a unique perspective. The traffic driving past on Elizabeth Avenue was much heavier than anticipated. During the time frame of May to October, on most weekdays, traffic of one vehicle every 5 minutes. Weekends were a different frequency, one vehicle every 1 to 3 minutes passing by. Many times people would stop to question what was happening. Comments such as, "This is the best kept secret in Alberta," were common. Of course, the traffic and queries subsided during the off-season, however, is still noticeable. As well, comments about not being able to participate in the mine tour were expressed. I hope the observations express the interest in the changes occurring in Nordig. Thank you for allowing my perspective to be heard.
And thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Any further, anybody else wishing to speak in favor of the application? And one final time, anyone of the member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? I would ask staff if there were, or the development officer, if there are any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions were received.
Okay.
Sorry, my bad.
At this time, I would ask if there was anyone opposed to the application. Again, anyone opposed to the application that would wish to speak? one final time. Anyone opposed to the application wishing to speak? Seeing no one, I would ask if there were any written submissions opposing the request.
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. Any final comments from the applicant? Mr.
Thank
Rios,
you, Reeve.
please.
We are really pleased that we're moving ahead. And as council directed us, this phase was anticipated to be in the next couple of years, but based on the demands that we're seeing in the area, we bumped this for this year, and we are already installing shallow and deep utilities in there. So we are expecting to have lots ready for sale in the fall of next year.
Thank you for that. So with that, I shall close the hearing. There will be no motions entertained at this time. And with that, we'll skip ahead in the agenda then to item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1131/22, application number 1122 to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe I'm turning the floor across to Ms. Gillum again for this item.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of repeat here, but basically the purpose of bylaw 1131/22 is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate approximately 6.43 acres of land from agriculture to Nordegg mixed-use resort, residence resort commercial and MUR, and approximately 1.07 acres of the land from agriculture to the Nordegg Historic Core Commercial Retail District within Plan 9525023 Lot 1 and Plan 1323535 Block 3 Lot 19 and 20 in the hamlet of Nordegg. And so pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner being Clearwater County will proceed with a subdivision to create 29 fully serviced mixed-use residential lots and 4 fully serviced commercial retail lots. And then 2 commercial lots were previously subdivided but not rezoned. So I was referred back to the public hearing for the documents, and yeah, I asked that council consider granting second and third reading.
Thank you for that. Questions from council? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I don't have a question. It's great to see this moving ahead of schedule. I would like to make the motion that council grant second reading to bylaw 1131/22.
Thank you for that. Further discussion on that motion. Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was regarding Nordegg in general. In particular, we've heard a lot that staff housing is quite a concern. And I was curious if we were working towards some solutions for staff housing. I know that there is very much in the future, but in this kind of flux meantime, are we working towards any solutions for Nordegg staff housing?
I see Mr. Emmons going for his button, so I'll go across to our CAO, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Yes, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, administration plans on bringing forward some discussion items for council's consideration in the near future. Because it involves land, the start of those discussions are intended to be closed session.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions relating to the motion before us at the moment? Seeing none, I will, Councillor Northcott, please.
Yeah, no, just a little bit of comment and so 29 fully serviced residential houses. Yeah. And that'll be on 6.43 acres. Right. Okay, very efficient. Thank you.
Yeah, it's standard Nordegg sizes. If Alana wants to go to that survey sketch in the public hearing item, sorry. That was the first drawing that you found. Yeah, I think it was that one. Yeah. So I've kind of highlighted it there, but the lots are similar in size to what Elizabeth Avenue is. So the purple ones are those mixed use residential, and then the yellow ones are the commercial lots. So yeah, they're pretty tight there, but it's kind of more of a standard, I guess, urban area size lot.
Thanks.
And I think Councillor Northcott pointed out the advantages of creating some growth within a hamlet is that you have those shared communal utilities, which allows a much greater density than we would in other aspects. Additional questions relating to the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. The recommendation, of course, would be to consider third reading. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
I would be pleased to make the motion that we consider third reading. I very much thank administration for putting the gas on this. We, like you said, this was not meant to be ready for another few years, and you guys hunkered down and sped it all up, so I really appreciate that, and I'd be pleased to make that motion.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And again, that's carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to the item, or end of item 5.1. Our next public hearing begins. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we still need to do third reading. We motioned to consider third reading. We need to
I believe, I don't think we have to have a motion to consider third reading because we can consider, I believe this motion was third reading.
I thought this was a motion to consider third reading. Sorry.
Okay, well then, I guess we can have that as a motion then.
Unless I'm wrong.
We don't actually, I don't think we actually, I would look to, we don't actually have a motion to, or have to have a motion to go to third or consider third reading.
That's not my understanding, because we had a public hearing
Because we had a
already.
public hearing. You may be, sometimes we do all three in one day, and that's when you need that motion to go forward. So again, since there was not that clarity in that, then I would look for a motion for third reading then. Anybody willing to make a motion for third reading? Councillor Ratcliffe, any further discussion on third reading? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I think since we have about 5 minutes before our next scheduled public hearing, let's take a short 5-minute break and be back here promptly at 9:30. Welcome back, everyone. We continue on with our agenda of the day, and we're going to item 4.2, which is a public hearing, bylaw 1134/22, application number 1222 to amend the land use bylaw. So I'll call this meeting to order at 9:30. I'll just outline the process to be used. Firstly, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then, the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have an opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we will take another moment to do introductions. So I'll start with Councillor Graham, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Hello again, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Division 7 Councillor Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Mary Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Senior Planner.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
Good morning, Jean Land, representative of the...
Again, thank you all for joining us today. I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to outline the application, please.
All right, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So Martin and Vincent McCurvey currently hold title to part of the Northeast 1640 of 7 containing 90 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture District and is located approximately 2.5 miles north of the town of Rocky Mountain House along Highway 22. Joseph McCurvey, on behalf of Martin and Vincent, has made application for the redesignation of approximately 17.3 acres of the subject property to the institutional district for the purpose of constructing and operating a church. The subject area proposed to be redesignated will be subdivided from the balance of the subject lands. Since the application was heard by council on December 20th, 2022, the applicant has provided more detail and has agreed to amend the original application based on council's comments during first reading. The applicant has shifted the proposed area to be redesignated to the west slightly and has shrunk the overall area to be redesignated down to approximately 8 acres in size. The proposed site would no longer be accessed via a panhandle approach from Range Road 7-3 adjacent to the west property boundary. Instead, the applicants would like to proceed with a panhandle approach from Highway 22 to the east property boundary. The subject land contains a residence and farmyard located in the southwest portion of the subject property, just west of the proposed area to be redesignated. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants would like to subdivide the land and donate it to Our Lady of Sorrows Church Association. It is intended that the Church Association would construct a new church for their congregation on the proposed parcel. The congregation currently meets in a church located at the corner of 51st Street and 51st Avenue in Rocky Mountain House. Surrounding land uses in this area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The property is bordered to the east by Highway 22. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and we have a representative here from the McCurvey family to speak on the proposal. Therefore, this application is to rezone a portion of the subject land to create an institutional district parcel as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw. As we go into county policy, Clearwater County's MDP, some things we need to consider is land use compatibility. We also need to consider the quality or the agricultural land and the effect on agricultural land in the area, the nature and extent of farming activities in the local area, number and type of existing planned non-farm land uses located in the area, predicted impact on sustainable agriculture, and the farmland assessment rating of the subject land as well as adjacent lands. Section 9.2.15 of the MDP, the proposed site will need to be developed to provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. 9.2.21, the county shall not approve a subdivision or development pursuant to the Water Act if the supply of groundwater is deemed to be insufficient. 11.2.21, the county may require an area structure plan or outline plan to be completed as part of this application. 11.2.22 just gives us some criteria on what an area structure plan or outline plan would address. 12.2.23, the county could ask for additional studies to be provided, such by and completed by a professional engineer. Those studies could be a geotechnical study, traffic impact assessment, water supply study, stormwater management plan, just to name a few. 12.2.4, some things that we need to consider as well when evaluating this application is the impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital, including agricultural land, impact on the environment, scale and density, site suitability, and any county responsibilities that may result from the development or subdivision. As we go into the county's land use bylaw, I've given you the general purpose of the institutional district, as well as some discretionary uses that are included in the institutional district. So buildings for cooking, dining, assembly, a church is listed there, church manse, cemetery, just to name a few. The allowable lot area is allowed to be between 2.5 and 10 acres in size. Section 3.5, Part 10 of the Land Use Bylaw just gives the Development Authority some options when it comes to putting conditions on a potential future development permit. Section 3.7 of the development permits and validity. If the development is not commenced within 12 months of the date of a permit being issued or completed within 24 months, the permit is deemed to be void. Section 12.2, amending the bylaw process. If the subdivision or development for which the land was redesignated does not occur within 1 year of the date of passage of the bylaw, the redesignated lands, council may initiate a bylaw to redesignate the lands back to their former district. So the main, the main purpose of this application is to rezone approximately 8 acres of the subject lands from Ag District to institutional for the purpose of constructing and operating a new church. The institutional district is intended to accommodate and regulate the development of private or public facilities to provide cultural, social, religious, educational, or rehabilitative services. The purpose fits within the listed uses outlined in the institutional district. The size of the proposed parcel no longer exceeds the maximum allowable lot area. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff do not believe that the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area. The county could require additional studies to demonstrate the ability of the property to be serviced by a provincially approved septic system, along with traffic impact studies, stormwater management plan, and potentially a dust mitigation strategy. At the regular council meeting held on December 20th, 2022, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1134-22. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1134-22. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would there be any questions by council of the development officer? Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Have we received anything from Alberta Transportation? The change in the access now coming off Highway 22 instead of Range Road 7-3 impacts them?
I did send an updated referral to them, and they have responded, and we
Okay.
can get
And
to
we
that.
will, yeah,
We'll get to
I
that
think we
later.
will.
Okay.
Any additional questions of the development officer? Councillor Northcott, please.
Well, thank you very much. Just curious, how many titles are on that quarter of land? And then my second question would be just to gain a little bit more knowledge on municipal reserves and how that works.
So in this case, there are currently 3 titles out of that quarter section. Municipal reserves would likely be taken as cash in lieu at the time of subdivision of the land. So the county would take or would require 10% of the land to be paid as cash in lieu of the deferment of municipal reserve land.
Okay, no, thank you. And just how much for the educational purposes again, for the value of the municipal reserves, what would that value be?
Probably be around $17,000.
Thank you very much.
I guess a question I would have in this district, which is institutional, church is a discretionary use, so this would be coming back to the development authority to make decisions relating to that, I would assume?
That is correct. Along with the subdivision of the land, that would come back to the Municipal Planning Commission as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional questions or comments? Councillor Northcott, please.
Thank you. I was just curious if I know that sometimes there are vacant, maybe possibly already rezoned areas in the county where there may have been an old hall, or an old existing hall that is now decrepit or has been removed, but the lot is still there. I was just curious if there was any consideration or if to be able to utilize some of maybe something where there was something and had an impact or a footprint, maybe in the local area there or something like that.
I would defer that question to the representative from the Church Association, if that's all right.
Would you like to comment on Councillor Northcott's question?
Well, actually, there was, like, even the Frisco Hall area is coming up, a question on that. But again, there's still living quarters on that little piece there, and there's not enough, there wouldn't be enough room itself to put a sizable building on it, period. You know, if they tore the thing down because of the creek down below, they said the living quarters that are on that piece of property, they said it would cover the whole thing. There wouldn't be parking in. And that's the only one that I know of that that might be close, if you know what I mean.
Please, no, I just thought I would ask that question. Planning does, deals with lots of residents, lots of permits, lots of issues like that. Might have seen something through the landscape that might have been suitable.
We've looked at other places, like I said, around town, south of town. But again, the property prices around this area are absolutely unbelievable. And I guess it's out of the kindness of these people, actually, that family there, to even offer such thing. They're not gaining nothing out of it themselves. And that is one thing I can honestly say. They're not gaining nothing. Just, like I said, it's out of the goodness of their hearts. So that's why we're trying to get this thing going. And we're, like I said, we're overloaded in that little church we're at. So I said, yeah, we're kind of in a hurry.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Councillor Northcott kind of sparked a thought in my head with his question about the municipal reserves. When the land is donated, are municipal reserves still relevant, or is it?
Technically, with any subdivision, municipal reserves would still be owing. I mean, the Municipal Planning Commission could agree to defer municipal reserves and register the deferment by way of caveat on the subdivided lands as well.
Okay, thank you.
That is an option.
Thank you.
And I guess one final question, just looking at the aerial or the overhead view, that it looks as though it's outlined through kind of through the central part. Is that a road allowance or an easement, or is that continuous? Does that create a fragmenting feature within this parcel?
I believe you're referring to Range Road 7-3A?
Yeah, it is continuous. It doesn't altogether look as though it is continuous through there, but that is a registered road allowance all the way through?
That is correct, and I believe there are two separate owners on each side of that road currently.
So that would be typical of a fragmented parcel that's created by a municipal road?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, just for a little more clarification in regards to Frisco, they are holding a community meeting on Tuesday to decide the future of the hall. It is still operating as is, but it depends on what the 50 people who've registered, what that discussion will look like. So anyways, at this point in time, I understand that it is a small property. It's less than 3 acres, so I understand that the need for, yes, a home or residence and the church and parking is the 7 acres would probably suit them better.
And another question from Councillor Northcott.
I think this might be my last one. I apologize. It was just interesting. I read a little article this morning in the Canadian Press. It was Southern Alberta ranchers conserve land to protect drinking water for cities. So I was just curious, in the future, if this was to have more development around this parcel and there was more residential development for to be able to ever develop communal services such as sanitary and water, would that be a possibility, or is it too far away from a communal system to be able to properly treat the waste, or would everybody be on a private septic and water wells?
And I see Mr. Emmons is eager to answer this question.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Councillor Northcott, yes, well understand the concept and environmentally sound, but the economies would be, it's too far away from an existing wastewater system, and the millions it would cost to create a communal would be counterproductive. It just wouldn't be economically feasible.
All right. Any further questions of the development officer? If not, I would ask the development officer if he has any comments received from referral agencies.
Absolutely. So from TELUS Communication and Fortis, they had no concerns. Blue Mountain Power Co-op is requiring a utility right-of-way be registered as part of the land use amendment. I believe they're meaning for that to be registered as part of the subdivision. Clearwater Regional Fire, they did acknowledge that the land use amendment is really still a little too early for them to get into specifics on fire code, but wish the applicants to start considering the following. The setbacks from the proposed building property lines will be doubled due to the response times for the fire department in this location. Depending on the anticipated occupancy loads, they will likely require an engineered alarm system as well as a sprinkler system. A hydrant with water supply for firefighting will be required due to the potential size of the building. Commercial kitchens are typically required in these facilities due to their nature. Access routes to the property will need to be designed to accommodate the size of the firefighting apparatus. Professional involvement of multiple engineers will be required for the construction of such a building. Under the county's quality management plan, safety codes, regional fire will require all drawings to be submitted prior to the construction for the approval. Public Works Infrastructure reviewed the application and had no objection to the request. Public Works Operations indicated that based on the application coming off of, or the approach coming off Range Road 7-3A, there would need to be a county standard approach built at that location. Alberta Transportation informed us this morning that the application for the above noted, the application for this land use amendment is not approved for the following reasons. Alberta Transportation has reviewed the proposed access against the considerations outlined in Section 9 of the Highways Development Protection Regulation and is unable to provide the application for a permit as requested for the following reasons. This portion of Highway 22 is a multi-lane highway. As per the roadside management classification map, the primary function of the multi-lane facilities is to provide an effective, efficient movement of higher volumes of traffic. This class of roadway has a restrictive access management as a function of design, speed, adjacent land use, and roadway geometry. As per the Highway Geometric Design Guide, Chapter 1, direct access for new developments is not permitted. Therefore, Transportation and Economic Corridors is rejecting this proposed access to Highway 22 as a possible solution. We suggest that the applicant ask the landowner for a different section of land further to the north in order to access the Range Road. If you are able to resolve the above noted reasons for the approval, a new or amended application may be submitted through Roadside Planning and Tracking Application Hub for review. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on December 21st, and requested that the applicant provide more information. MPC reviewed the application again on January 27th. The MPC does not recommend that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the subject land use amendment. MPC gave the following reasons for this recommendation. The subdivision plan change not reflecting what was initially proposed, lack of supplementary information as previously requested. The proposed parcel size is too large and could be reduced unless demonstrated otherwise by the applicant. And access is now being proposed off of Highway 22. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you very much. I'd ask if the applicant would like to speak to the proposal or add any comments in support of the request and to respond to any of those agency comments.
I think, personally, I don't know how busy you guys are, but I'd kind of like a copy of what you just read there.
I think staff could probably provide that.
Absolutely.
To you.
Because, and they're saying that a piece north of that property, like I said, that's just so wet down there. That's why this is. And there's no way that that road, even if they tried to come in the other direction, that road will not sustain it. Even the bus driving up and down that road, in the spring, there's 2 springs in that roadway. And every year you guys, the county is pouring gravel on that road and hasn't done a thing with it. And I don't mean because of that, but you know what I mean? And the people living on that area, I'll guarantee, they've already said, it's a no-no. Nobody wants traffic, that much traffic on a road, on that road. And that one piece is up for sale. The rest of the property is up for sale, type of thing. And the new people, are they gonna want traffic down that road? My neighbors don't want it down there, type thing, and I can see why. And actually the church themselves, the people themselves, like the priests and so on, I said, they want a private road too, if you know what I'm saying. They don't want to interfere with anybody else. So, but I'd still like to, the only thing stopping it is the highway
That's right.
approach. So who do we get a hold of for that?
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. We'll make sure that staff gives you those, what concerns that Alberta Transportation had, as well as any of the concerns that the Development Authority had as well in this process. Any further questions from council? At this point in time, I ask if there's any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor, I'd invite you to come forward and take a chair and share your comments. Again, welcome. Please state your name for the record and go ahead with your comments, please.
My name is Nick Hatnote. I am in favor of the construction of this new church. As a member of the church and as a person living in this section, everything that Jean Landis said is true. Like, there's a lot of underwater springs on the farm. There's the county roads. You go down our county roads, there's already a lot of traffic. And in the spring, you hit those spots where you sink right in. Buses have issues in the spring and the fall. I honestly kind of irritated by the idea that the highway doesn't want to section off that little spot. It really isn't going to make that much of a difference for the flow of traffic in that area. If you go down that highway, it's like, oop, driveway, driveway, driveway. I just want to state that I'm 100% behind this. It needs to be done. The donation of the land is a huge factor, especially with building a church the size that we need. And yeah, honestly, I would sneak and build it myself if I could, but I can't. So that's all.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Again, I would invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application to come forward and share their comments. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor. Welcome, and take a chair, and we'll have you introduce yourself and then share your comments, please.
Hi, I'm Steve Seawalk. I live just north of this property off of 40-3 where 7-3 meets 22. I am a member of this church. Just one question on not being approved by Alberta Transportation. Is that even with the turning lane provided off of the highway, or is that just a straight access to the highway?
Maybe I would give that across to our development officer to outline Alberta Transportation's role in this application. So.
Yeah, sure. So Alberta Transportation did not provide any comment in regards to a traffic impact assessment or any potential options to create a better access to the property. I'm sure there would be some options. However, they would become increasingly more costly for the development of that approach.
And am I correct in assuming from their referral letter that they are saying no to this proposal from their perspective, and they're the authority that allows approaches onto that provincial highway? Am I correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
And that's not something Clearwater County has any control whatsoever of. We take the referrals and present them as part of the overall application. Any, Ms. Gillum, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a comment about that too. So it sounded like in the referral, they're saying no, they don't want to approve it there because generally they try to decrease the number of approaches off the highway. If anything, they have us register service roads and things like that. So in the future, they can basically reduce the number of approaches on the highway. So they tend to not like to add them if they can avoid them. And so in this case, they're saying maybe they could move it somewhere else on the quarter section to try to access off of that range road. But I mean, the applicant has indicated that maybe the range road can't sustain that type of traffic, or that it's too low further up there to be able to move it somewhere else so that you wouldn't have to drive so far down that road. That's something that maybe the applicant might need to consider, or they can go back to Alberta Transportation and say there is no physical way for us to actually move it somewhere else in the quarter because the land won't sustain it or the road won't sustain it, and Alberta Transportation may give them options for turning lanes and stuff. But again, Dustin said like that would definitely increase the cost because they would likely have to put turning lanes in and things like that. But that could be something they could discuss with Alberta Transportation and possibly get approval for if there's no other place to actually feasibly put it on the quarter section, but there's no guarantee.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your comments. Again, another opportunity for anybody, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Welcome, please come forward, take a chair, and if you would introduce yourself and then share your comments.
Joseph Patno, I live in the northwest piece of that quarter, or on the other side of the road there. I just want to speak for it. I think it's much needed in our community, in the area, and I agree with it 100%. No questions or concerns.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your comments with us. Again, I'd give an opportunity for anybody wishing to speak in favor of the application.
Hi.
Please take a chair and introduce yourself if you would, and then share your comments.
I'm Christine Patnode. I'm a neighbor. I live on that side over there. I'm in favor of this, and I just wanted to say that. Totally in favor, and my whole family too. Okay.
Thank you for sharing. And again, another opportunity for anybody wishing to speak in favor of the application, that is in favor of the application. Welcome, and please take a chair and state your name and share your comment, please.
I'm Gerald Heaton. I live just north of this quarter. I'm totally in favor of this structure, obviously, but I'm a member of the church as well. I have 10 children of my own, and I'm not the only one with large families in this church, and we're in desperate need of this to go through. What's the chances of upgrading that county roadway then? It won't happen. Is this too costly, or is that just not a chance in the book? Well, it's full of springs, it's soft, it's, you know, like it was stated already. Is that just not in the books at all to do anything with the road itself?
And ultimately, I don't know if council has any distinct knowledge of this particular road. Staff would have a greater understanding of that road and its capabilities. We have a number of roads within our county that are more traditional roads that have not been built to the same standards. I don't know about any of the specifics on this. Does that road actually continue through, or does it kind of dead end right where I see it?
It does dead end right at the bottom of that quarter section there. And just speaking to the question from the gentleman there, in regards to potentially upgrading that road, I can't really give any specifics on it. That's not my scope of expertise, but Public Works did have an opportunity to provide comment on that, and as the access, as that road being used for the access, they didn't acknowledge that there would be any issues with that. So.
And as for if the highway needed a turnout lane or turning lane, whatever, if it was moved north of that location and using that other approach that's already there, is that still going to be a no anyways from highways, or that'd be just a question of widening that highway there as well for a turning lane? Is that something highways would require at that intersection as well?
So as part of the original referral package, we did refer the original plan to Alberta Transportation, and there was no acknowledgement to us having to provide a turning lane or anything of that nature at that intersection. There was, they did indicate that there could potentially be some risks, and the county as well as the developer would have to consider that. But they didn't say no as part of that application.
Thank you for your comments. Again, another opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Welcome, and please identify yourself and share your comments, please.
I'm Tom Miller, and I'm in favor of it too. I live just north by Jerry, up there on 40-4 up there. So, and I'm a member of the church, and 9 kids, and so all for it.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your comments.
All right.
I think Mr. Hanson has joined us and maybe has some inside or expert knowledge of the road in questions.
Perfect. So I won't speak to the road specifically. I'm not familiar with the road. I haven't been down there in a very long time. What I can share is that each year we do our annual road assessments, and specifically if we knew if there was a road that was destined to have a higher use, you know, it would certainly be considered as part of our evaluation. I've taken note of the road and the locations, and we will be monitoring the soft spots. We want to ensure that of course, all of our road infrastructure is safe to travel. But if there was indicators of a higher use, you know, it's certainly something we would consider through our gravel road rehabilitation program, or any improvements that we would see that would, or maybe some problematic areas that need to be addressed. So I guess in essence, Public Works Infrastructure didn't provide comments there from the last go because of course the access was to be off of Highway 22. But we could certainly, if there was another proposal that was going to include that range road, we would provide further detail in that regard.
So just for clarification, Mr. Bisson, the application that's before us today doesn't indicate an access onto the county range road. It is indicating an access only onto Highway 22. So that's what we're considering today, correct?
The original application did indicate the access coming off of Range Road 7-3A. However, the applicant has proposed some changes, so council would have to, I believe, accept or make an amendment to the proposed plan for the access to come off of Highway 22.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Councillor Graham, please.
I don't have questions. I have a concern with myself when I hear the words gravel road rehabilitation. I don't know that I should be a part of this conversation anymore because I don't want it to be perceived that I'm trying to push that to happen or anything or not happen. So I think if we're heading that way, I need to step out, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to be a part of this conversation.
Thank you for bringing that forward. I don't think we've crossed that point yet. I don't know what the next comment from the public would be. Can't anticipate what that would be, but I would certainly invite the comment from the public. And
I'll remain for the rest of the public part. I don't know that I'm going to contemplate if I should vote on this or not. Yeah.
Right now, we won't be considering, or we won't be making a decision. That will be for a later point in the agenda today. But definitely, this is the point to hear what the public has to say. So one more opportunity, of course, for any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application, in favor of the application. One more time, or one final time, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, I would ask if the development officer has any written submissions in favor of the request.
Yes, so we did receive an email this morning from Nicole and Glenn Brett. They own the Northwest 1647. We would both like to say that we are in full support of the rezoning of the property east of us, as outlined by the notification the county sent out in an email. Thank you for your time, and I hope the county will approve this request.
Thank you. And that's all?
That is all, yes.
That's all, folks. Great. At this point of time, I would ask if there was any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the proposal? Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the proposal? And one final time, anybody or any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the proposal? Seeing no one, I would ask the development officer if there were any written submissions opposing the request.
One written submission in opposition to the proposal was received from Mervyn Gusick and Lorraine Elliott. It's not that they're opposed to the proposal itself, but instead how the property is proposed to be accessed by way of Range Road 7-3. So in regards to the building of the church and access road on Range Road 7-3A, Mervyn and myself own the 5-acre parcel on the top right corner of the Northeast 1647 for the last 30 plus years. We are rejecting Range Road 7-3A as an access road for several reasons. It's a no exit road. Roughly 10 plus families live back in and along both roads, some with small and preteen kids in strollers, pedal bikes, or just walking frequently. A constant amount of traffic from dirt bikes, quads, cars, trucks, vans, holiday trailers, farm machinery, and school buses. There are two groups of mailboxes on the north side of the road. Mail is picked up there very steady, pick up, turn around, and then the folks leave. Kids racing or stunting on dirt bikes, cars, and trucks, causing more dust, concerned about someone getting seriously hurt. With the excess traffic for the church purposes, will make the road a way too busy for safety reasons. In winter, the road is very icy and very slippery. So we are the only residents before the Y. Therefore, we will get all the traffic from the east and west. For the above reasons, we stress strongly not to allow Range Road 7-3A as a church access road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would ask if the applicant has any final remarks before I close the hearing.
Well, the same thing is that I live on that road. I know the other people live on that road, and the people that live in the corner, Smiths, like Brian and Trez type of thing, and what do you call it? Joe Greenwood, and actually my son lives down in the corner there too, type of thing, and none of them, and they've all said point blank, they phoned me and told me point blank, it's not gonna happen if it comes down that road, type of thing, because that's the last thing, because their road, that road down there in that corner is going to be virtually the in and out and turnaround, and they'll sell their place before it happens. And that's, I've been told point blank that. So I know I don't know if they filled out that form that was sent out or anything. They asked me about it, and I told them it's not going to happen down that road. And it says we're trying for, like I said, the highway access. The people, the powers to be for the church want it off that road, off the highway. I know the highway now is saying no, but this is why I want a copy of this so I can send it to the people that are supposed to be handling this. Send it to them and let them fight over it. I'm just a peon.
I know how that feels, so thank you. With that, if you have no further comments or staff has no further comments, I will close the hearing and no motions will be entertained at this time. So having said that, we will skip ahead in the agenda to item 5.2, which is consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1134/22, application number 12/22 to amend the land use bylaw. And again, I turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to, to outline the application, and Councillor Graham.
I apologize for that. I think I am gonna recuse myself just because of the conversation that just occurred. I don't feel comfortable voting on this just because it could be perceived that I'm trying to, you know. So I'm gonna.
Thank you, that would be.
I'm gonna recuse myself for second and third reading.
All right, thank you for that. So again, I shall turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to outline what's before us.
All right, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So the purpose of bylaw 1134-22 is to amend the county's land use bylaw to redesignate 8 acres of the northeast 1640 of 7, west of the 5th, from the Agriculture District A to Institutional District P. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section and donate the parcel to Our Lady of Sorrows Church Association. It is intended that the Church Association would construct a new church for their organization on the proposed parcel. At the regular council meeting held on December 20th, 2022, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1134 as required by legislation. A notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1134-22. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Comments, questions from council? We'll start, I think I saw Deputy Reeve Lougheed first, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. First, I'd like to say the appreciation for setting it from 17.3, I believe it was, down to 8. However, in changing the size, have we considered the double setbacks required for Clearwater Regional Fire and the water retention potentially needing? It looks like the applicant can answer that.
We knew that was gonna happen, and we've already asked about distances from here to there, you know, from fire to neighbor's property to sewer to a well, if you know what I mean.
Okay, does it look like it will fit within the footprint of the 8 acres that is allotted?
Yes.
Just because there isn't an outline plan to show, there's an outline plan but not showing the water retention and the other required. Okay, can I ask
a follow-up? Yes, and then, yes, and then we'll go.
Have we expressed any indication of the fact that Alberta Transportation has denied this? Like, they have said absolutely not. What is the plan or potential plan, seeing as how there would be 0 access if we're only doing the Highway 22 option?
So certainly, certainly council could table the second and third reading, or second reading this morning to allow the applicants to go back to Alberta Transportation to come up with some sort of a meeting of the mind, so to speak, to come up with a solution to the access.
Okay, and Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. That basically answers my question, is what we can do procedurally, because obviously the applicants have some more work to do before, you know, we could actually consider approving this. So, yeah, I guess you've already answered my question.
Mr. Bisson?
Just as a side note, CAO Emmons just made a good point in regards to this application as well. Council could approve second and third reading as well. At the end of the day, the subdivision application will require some sort of an access, and that issue could be addressed at that during the subdivision stage of this process. So that would also allow the applicants to discuss with Alberta Transportation or make alternative arrangements.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, your light was on.
Well, as we heard this morning, the fact that this land is being donated is a huge part of this application. And I understand that, you know, the prices of land in our area have gone on. I've looked at back in 2000 and going for the last 23 years, I've seen things go up, and we have a very desirable area, and I'm very, I understand your room restrictions at your existing church here in town, so I've driven by and I'm going, yeah, I can understand where they're happening. So understand that this process could be tabled and allowing the group to have that further discussion with Alberta Transportation. Rather than starting from scratch, I would be in favor of tabling so that they can have further discussion in going forward, to allow them to maybe reorganize and get some more answers.
Okay. And Councillor Northcott, please.
All righty, thank you very much. Yeah, inflation on land and property, and really, I think it's quite broad, even beyond Clearwater County, for the cost of housing, land, groceries, everything is just went up. But I know that Clearwater County is very fortunate and has an abundance of natural resources, and for the setbacks, with this application, if it was to be built and constructed, I know that Clearwater County is a very wealthy county. I think roughly, you know, large majority of the revenue comes from linear and industry taxes. Would this have this could have an impact and possibly restrict future development of natural resources in that area? Would that be true to the development? With this application, it could have it could possibly restrict the future development of natural resources such as oil and gas development, or
I don't believe it would necessarily restrict the development of oil and gas resources in that area.
So the AER wouldn't have a problem issuing a well license to drill a sour gas well right beside a church?
That would be an issue, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know that Clearwater County is very wealthy that way, you know, to be able to have natural resources that are here. I understand that it's, you know, it is exciting to have a new development, and I absolutely empathize with all that, you know, the residents that are in favor of it. It is fun to have new developments and stuff like that. That property, I know it's been mentioned a couple of times that it's maybe a little wetter, lower land. I know in the drought over the last few years, cattle would love that. It probably, just assuming, I haven't seen it myself, but I would assume that it is very productive for grass, for cattle and grazing. And on a positive note, I did attend a Grey Wooded Forge Association meeting the other day, and they offer, there's a program right now for 70% grant funding. For cross fencing and stuff like that. It's just kind of a little bit of a bonus that I would throw in there for this conversation, but there's 70% grant funding for cross fencing and stuff like that for pastures. Then I'll just leave it at that for now.
Sure. Well, thank you for sharing stuff like that. Councillor or Deputy Reeve Milhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. We don't really consider future development or restriction of development based on AER or AUC or any regulatory agency when we are choosing our development approvals.
That's correct.
Are they a referral agency in any form? Do we send anything to them for comment?
We would send I guess applications for subdivision typically get sent to Alberta Energy Regulator if there's sour gas in the area already.
Okay, did they respond
They did not respond in this case.
They had zero issue with this?
Yeah.
Okay, if we were to approve it now and there's zero access, how does it, like, then we have a random institutional zoning floating area inside a quarter section with no access point?
So if for some reason the subdivision comes back and the landowners decide not to proceed with it, and you're right, there is a floating area of the quarter section. Zone Institutional Council can, after 1 year's time, they can put a bylaw in place to revert it back to agricultural land.
Okay.
At that time.
And this question, oh, sorry, may I ask another?
A follow-up, please,
Sorry,
and then
thank
I'm going
you.
to Councillor Radcliffe.
Just considering we do a lot of work with roads and road infrastructure, and this may be actually a question I should have asked when Mr. Hansen was here, turning lanes can be quite expensive, into the millions or more for turning lanes onto a major highway. Am I accurate in that assessment?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question around procedure. If we were to table this at this point, would we have to have another public hearing?
No. That would not be necessary.
Okay. That ends my question.
Again, if there was a substantial change to the application, would we not have to have a public hearing?
That would be fair, yes. That would be a fair comment.
Would a substantial change be the change of a access route, or would it be something more related to size or position?
Access route, size would be another consideration as well.
Yeah. Correct. Councillor Swanson, please.
For me, I would like to see us table this particular item versus trying to put it forward or deny it. I'm looking at the cost of such an application, and it is in our best interest to allow this group to have those other discussions with the other referral agencies. So I'm going to put a motion to table this particular item to a future date.
Thank you for that motion. I would just comment that I don't feel comfortable in either refusing this application or approving this application with the information before us that there is no access, that we see a path forward at this time. That's my concern. Anytime we rezone something into a different use, we want to ensure that there is access in and out of that in a safe manner, and it meets the needs of both ourselves and the provincial level of decision makers as well. So, Councillor Radcliffe, comments relating to the motion before us to table.
Yeah, I said, let me try again. I have to say that I feel the same way. I'm not certain if it's more efficient to grant second reading and table third reading, or to table it at this point. But certainly we need more information to be able to entirely approve this.
And I think to that, I'd look to our procedural experts to give us some guidance along that line, but I don't know if there is really a difference if something's being tabled at the point of second reading or tabled at the point of third reading.
The only benefit to tabling it to not granting second reading and tabling it at this point would be if there is no solution with regard to the access, and council does have to defeat the proposed bylaw. The applicant would receive some of their application feedback.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then, yes, go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you, Reeve. I would support the motion on the floor. I also think that it would give us an opportunity if the application was to change drastically for a public hearing, if required. Whereas if we went into third reading, that may not be available anymore. So I would support the motion on the floor to table at this point and give the applicant an opportunity to find some solutions.
I support those comments as well. What I've heard today is strong community support, but that hinges on the access route into this property, and at the moment we don't have a solution for that. So I think that would be appropriate moving forward. Any further discussion relating to the motion on the floor, which is to table? Seeing none, I call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Well, thank you all for joining us. I think we will take a short break. Let's be back at 10:40. 45, please. Welcome back, everyone. We continue on through our agenda of the day, and that brings us down to item 5.3. And again, I think I turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson for this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So as Clearwater County Council is aware, renewable energy development has become a fast-growing industry in Alberta. Clearwater County has been invited to participate in a joint advocacy campaign to help improve provincial governance on renewable energy projects. A letter from Rocky View County was dated December 15th, 2022, was received by Clearwater County, inviting us to join in on an initiative. Alberta municipalities are given broad authority over land use decisions within our boundaries. However, the Alberta Utilities Commission is not required to consider municipal land use bylaws or municipal statutory plans, or even consult with the municipality on energy projects. It is Rocky View County's intent to build a coalition of willing municipalities to hire a third-party consultant to advocate the government of Alberta to develop an overarching document for land use decisions on renewable energy projects to better consider municipal policies and interests. It is not the intent of the campaign to oppose the development of renewable energy projects. Should Clearwater County Council decide to join the campaign, it is suggested that $10,000 from contingency be allocated to support this campaign. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, has already indicated that they will be advocating for the provincial government to require agencies to better consult and consider municipal policy. One of those policies that RMA will be advocating for is for the AUC to increase consultation with municipalities on energy development, while taking better consideration of the municipality's land use policy. The recommendation is that Council denies the request to join the advocacy campaign organized by Rocky View County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments from Council, questions? Councillor Ratcliffe first, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
All right, thank you, Reeve. I'm just wondering why our good neighbors to the south aren't satisfied with what RMA is doing, that they want to do something separate. Have they explained that to us?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure why they're going outside of RMA in this situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just one question. Although it is a neighboring municipality in a distant sense, we don't have an ICF or any IDP with Rocky View County at all.
No.
And typically we're not, although they may be represented at some of our provincial organizations, that we don't typically have a lot of interaction with Rocky View County. Okay. Councillor Swanson.
Being as how RMA is I believe this information from RMA came after the fact that we made this decision to, I'll just say, investigate the Rocky View's invitation. So I'm fine with, denying their, making a motion to deny the request to join their advocacy. I did reach out to my neighboring division councillor of Ponoka County. Her and I have had a conversation in regards to the solar projects and different things that are going on in their area, and they have drafted a kind of a buyer beware kind of a fact sheet that they would like to, that they've got. So she did share with me her draft, and I will forward it to planning as for their consideration until the time that we get our bylaw in place. So just to let the rest of council, I will share it as well with all of you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go down the line, starting with Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This was discussed at the Director RMA meeting in Three Hills. I think that's where we were. And you're absolutely right. RMA hadn't come out with where they were at with their advocacy efforts when Rocky View brought this forward. Solar installations are moving significantly faster than the lobbying and advocacy efforts that are happening. And was Rocky View's intent. They're like, we need to get out ahead of this. And they were doing their best to do that very thing. while I agree with Rocky View's intent to do that, RMA has now said that they are working hard on that, and I am willing to trust that they are doing just that. I do hope that they are moving very quickly, because the number of applications coming in because of the lack of legislation around renewable energy is astounding. So, and that Rocky View has had a number of them, and that's why they were on the front of this, because they are being hit hard. So just to give you some background of some of the discussion that happened with Rocky View, because the Reeve of Rocky View is currently the chair of Central RMA. So.
Okay, and Councillor Northcott, please.
I was just curious for the third-party consultant. Did they mention who it was? And I was just curious if they have any, for that consultant, their previous track record, if they have had success in any other lobbying efforts, or if they're...
I don't believe the letter alludes to a specific consultant.
Okay, thanks.
And Councillor Graham, please.
I would concur with what seems to be the consensus in the room. I think RMA is great at what they do, and we should let them do their thing, although I do support that Rocky View was wanting to do this, and to kind of go off of Councillor Melhoff and to kind of answer Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and to answer Councillor oh my goodness. Councillor Radcliffe's, I'm sorry guys, question a little bit. There was a lot of talk there too about at the CRMA Board of Directors meeting, there's a lot of talk of farmers just basically being run over and having no say. So I think that's why the panic kind of happened with this, and wanted to get it going. So that's what I took from it. So that is all.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Where are we at with building a land use framework for renewable energy for our land use bylaw? Where are we at with that?
So I know Ms. Gillum is indicating perhaps a comment.
Yeah, so Rick had passed the information along to me that council wanted us to bring something back to create something, and that is what I had planned for the end of the month, but just with everything else going on, I was like, there's no physical way that I can actually get that done and do any sort of reasonable research. So yeah, we've delayed that, but Michelle had kindly forwarded some other stuff from me, so hopefully after this MDP thing, I will have significantly more time to review that information and then bring something forward with a bit of a plan, and then we'll have to go forward with an actual bylaw, but we'll have to bring some information forward and then figure out how council wants to actually proceed with that, and then go to a bylaw type stage, whether it be to the land use bylaw, or if there's a separate bylaw that we would have specific to renewable energy.
Excellent, thank you, I appreciate that. One of the things they mentioned at the Ag Service Board was very much that information piece, because the landowners are the ones that have all of the power. So if we can maybe in conjunction with that, look towards some of the information that Councillor Swanson has given, and maybe we can help to empower our landowners as well, specifically maybe around that ASB piece. Maybe we can work together to do that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, and Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, thank you. Yeah, no, just a little bit onto the renewables and the solar panels and stuff like that, all the discussions around it, but it's really a lot of liability can fall on the landowners themselves, right? So, you know, in the short time between policies, bylaws, and really, I think awareness to residents and landowners of the property is, would, you know, in the short term be a good solution to let the landowners know the liabilities that they could be, you know, liable for property taxes in the future, the reclamation. There really is no governance or regulation around it, so I think just awareness to residents of all the liabilities they could be accountable for later on down the line.
Councillor Swanson?
Upon first, I'll say 30-second look at the fact sheet that I was forwarded to me, they address Councillor Northcott's points.
Sure, for sure. I guess from my personal perspective on this, I know that renewable energy is going to be front and foremost on many of our decisions upcoming over the next number of years. I think, though, we have a strong representation through the RMA I think they're I think the power of that large organization representing many municipalities ultimately bears more weight than perhaps a parallel effort. But I think we can sit in the background and understand if that parallel effort needs additional supports and would bear fruit. But right now, I'm not confident in investing that amount of money in a process that I believe is already being front and foremost in our RMA association or the RMA going forward. So I am not supportive of joining this joint advocacy campaign. That's my perspective on it. Any additional perspectives or motions coming forward? Councillor Cermak, I haven't heard from you yet, so go ahead, please.
I would like to see this $10,000 spent sooner than later on getting a bylaw or a policy for this county. We don't need to write one. I think there's some wrote around. I think I've seen some emails that there's some green energy policies wrote in Saskatchewan and other provinces. I think we need to look at that and make one for us, and it needs to be done sooner than later.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, please.
So I will focus in on what I hear is consensus, and that is I'll make the motion that we deny the request to join the advocacy campaign of Rocky View County and to allow our mayor organization to advocate on our behalf.
So can we form that motion in a positive motion? And then the opportunity would be, I guess, if we didn't support that positive motion, that it could be defeated. That's, I mean, we always want to make our motions I believe, in a positive sense, if possible.
So
if you can amend that into something
I will rephrase.
Positive.
I make a motion to join the advocacy campaign with Rocky View County.
Okay, thank you for that. Additional comments? I have garnered the consensus of council that we're not supportive of that motion, but we will discuss the motion and then we shall vote on it. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none, I will call that question. And all those in favor? Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
I was just going to thank staff for bringing this forward. I was the one that requested it to come forward and doing the research into what RMA was working on and their efforts. And I just wanted to make sure that I took the opportunity to thank you guys for bringing this forward to give us the opportunity to discuss it and find out what RMA is doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Again, I will call the question before us. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that is defeated. Thank you very much. Takes us down to item 5.4. I believe this has a virtual component, so we would need a motion to accept electronic attendance. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Cermak, I didn't see you vote, sorry. That's all in favor then, and that's carried. So with that, I introduce item 5.4, and that's the Leslieville and Condor area structure update, and I believe that's Kim has this item as well. So I'll let her introduce it. And
thank you. So staff and InvisTech Consulting have been working with the community and in the background to start preparing for the creation of the area structure plan documents for both Condor and Leslieville. Staff would like to introduce the lead planner on the project, Fabio, who has been working with the team through the process along with other InvisTech team members. So Fabio will join the meeting here to present the completed work and what to expect moving forward. So Fabio, go ahead. Fabio, or do you want to do introductions?
Maybe Fabio, welcome to council chambers this morning. Just to let you know who's here and present today, I'll start with a quick round of introductions. If you can hear us, I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Hello, Fabio. Great to see you again. Sydney Graham.
Morning. Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, Reeve Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Fabio. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello again, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Morning, Fabio, Kim.
Morning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
All right, well, thank you very much, Council and members of administration for having me this morning. Obviously, I'm familiar with a few faces on Council and administration working together on this project. So, yeah, my name is Fabio Coppola. I'm a Senior Planner with Investec Consulting, and I'm here today just to provide a brief project introduction and update for the Hamlet of Condor and Leslieville ASP's project. Next slide, please. Perfect. So my presentation this morning is going to be focused largely around kind of that overview of what we've done to date from kind of that project inception in November to where we are here today in February. Obviously, a lot has transpired in between, you know, those couple of months, and so we thought it would be nice to kind of check in and provide that overview of what's gone on in between that time frame. And so. Each slide that I'll go through here, you know, November through to February, we'll touch on some like key deliverables or milestones in the project to date. So with that, next slide, please. So in November, we began the project process, and we started with the two community kickoff events, one for each hamlet. So pictured on the slides are left to right Hamlet of Leslieville kickoff events at the Leslieville Community Center, and then on the right, the Condor kickoff event at the Condor Community Center. So the intent of the community kickoff events was to introduce the project team to the community attendees and provide a project introduction and learn about from the attendees what they thought about their community in terms of opportunities and constraints mapping, exercises, provide like kind of a overview presentation of the project process and introduce them a little bit to the planning process and planning hierarchy, just to get them familiar with where does the area structure plan, or what is an area structure plan, where does it fit into this continuum of planning administration work that we all do. So we did that, and then we also broke out into roundtables and did some exercises around mapping for each hamlet, getting insights from community members around those opportunities and constraint areas, as well as having an exercise around visioning and what the community members felt that they could see, you know, their hamlets or their respective areas kind of, you know, move forward into in the long term. And so those were really helpful events for the project team that we thought were quite well attended and resulted in some pretty good conversations and insights for us to take away. And with that, we kind of gathered a lot of information that then would lead into a lot of our work that we've done in the last 2 months in particular. So with that, next slide, please. So in December, we took away a lot of that feedback from the community kickoff events and produced 2 what we heard reports, one for each event. And really what the intent of the what we heard reports are is to encapsulate or summarize and provide that closing of the loop to show that what we did take away and what we heard hopefully is in line with what the information was collected and provided to us. All these documents and a lot of this information that I'm going to be talking about or you're seeing on the screen today is also been made available on the dedicated project website or webpage. And so we've been working closely with the communications department on ensuring that residents and attendees are able to get the information that they need, whether it be online or through mailouts. We've been really trying to make sure that that information is available to folks that need it. Touching on the background research report, this is more of a report for Invistech's project team to kind of get more familiar with the county policy and existing documents that may be in place that could help inform the Hamlet ASPs. We produce this so we ensure that there's no gaps in policy or kind of inconsistencies that may affect or impact the ASP moving forward. So that's another report that's also available on the website, and it's quite comprehensive. It goes through the continuum of available planning documents, as well as some other supporting reports and analysis. So that's all summarized into the background research report. And then through the visioning exercise that we did at the community kickoff events, one of the primary activities was that visioning roundtable. We called it the appreciative inquiry exercise. And it was a host of questions that would take kind of different points or periods of kind of the history of each respective hamlet and tailoring them in a manner that would kind of evoke kind of further thoughts of what people thought that they liked most about their community in the past or present, and what direction they'd like to see it go in the future. And so through that, we created these two vision statements. And these vision statements were summarized and kind of brought into a survey so that they were then mailed out to attendees and residents within the hamlet and surrounding area to gather feedback and confirmation. And so that was provided in December 2022. Next slide, please. And so in January, we kind of started to break into the land use concept options and focusing on taking the information that we heard, as well as looking at what some of the constraints and opportunities are within both respective hamlets. So on the left are both Condor and Leslieville opportunity and constraints maps that list quite a bit of information as it relates to development constraints, whether it be wells or sewage lagoon setbacks or pipelines, as well as opportunities that are numbered, whether it be existing amenities or buildings with some sort of commercial or historical or institutional significance. We use this information to then further inform and guide our land use concept options. And so what we've done is we've taken this information and we've created 4 land use concept options. I'll get a little bit more into the land use concept options and where we're at kind of today in the next slide, but that's what we use to inform that initial process of developing those 4 land use concept options, 2 for each hamlet, I should clarify. And then with the hamlet of Leslieville and hamlet of Condor vision survey, we sent out kind of a breakdown again to close the loop on the vision survey summary for each respective hamlets, the mailouts, the response rates, and the outcomes of the feedback provided. And so that again is available on the website for all to access and to download or review. Next slide, please. So I guess to date, in February here, we're continuing to work on the ASP draft text with the hope of having an outline for submission to administration here in the beginning of March. We had our first steering committee meeting, which was great to have that last week, I suppose, on February 7th. Some good conversation and great insights from community members, and that really helped inform where we're going with these 2 land use concepts now. So paring down from the 2 options for each hamlet to now just 1 option for each hamlet, and using those feedbacks from the steering committee members. So we're working on that currently. And then once that's done, hopefully we'll be able to have another steering committee meeting prior to the public open houses. And the intent is to aim or target for the public open houses to be in the middle of March. So about a month or 5 weeks from now is our intent. And so with that, the function or the goal for the public open houses will be to show the community the land use concepts and some land use policy that are associated with those concepts, and probably break out into something similar that we did in the community kickoff events, because we got good feedback in terms of the roundtables. It's a little bit more of a safer space, or people feel a little bit more comfortable in breaking out into smaller groups rather than voicing comments or questions in front of a larger audience. So we feel that that may be a prudent approach moving forward to get feedback on the land use concept option, and talk about some policies and go through another project presentation to folks. So with that, that's currently where we're at. Next slide, please. And yeah, so that concludes my presentation. It's short and to the point for you today. Thank you, Council, for your time this morning. And Investec definitely looks forward to continuing to advance these projects forward in the coming months. Thank you again.
The presentation, please. Any questions at all? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. I just look forward to what the community has worked towards building, and hopefully we can work, like you said, more with the community on building something they can be proud of and a document that they support. Looking forward to it.
Councillor Graham, please.
I don't have any questions. I've just been fortunate enough to be a part of this process, and I just wanted to comment on how great it's been to see people we have a really great group of community-minded people who are on the committee. I'm really struggling with words today, sorry guys. But it's really been really neat to see the people who didn't really understand and weren't really in favor of doing this learn, and when understanding why we do this and the purpose of it, they're very supportive of it. And I know Condor's had a rough last year and they haven't been happy with a lot of things that have been happening there, but they've been really supportive of this and the communication with this, and I think it's been really great. And to watch everyone want to build their communities to be better, and just as a counselor, especially with Leslieville being in my division, I've learned so many things that I didn't realize were so important in Leslieville to people, and it's great to know those things. It's been a really great process. Kim and Fabio have been wonderful, so I just wanted to add that.
Great. Any additional comments? Well, thank you very much for joining us today, Fabio, and giving us an update on the progress here. I think we look forward to good things coming in the near future. I'd look for a motion to accept the presentation for information. Deputy Reeve Lougheed, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call that question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Again, thank you, and we'll let you go, but great seeing you again, and take care.
Thank you very much, Council.
With that, I don't know if Mr. Martinson's available or not, but I would move down into item 7 from Agriculture and Community Services, and this is a progress summary on the Leslieville Recreation Area Project, and I welcome Mr. Martinson, our Director of Agriculture and Community Services, as well as Mr. Hansen from Public Works, to give us a showdown of what we've got.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Council. Good morning. As the Reeve mentioned, we are here to provide Council with a little bit of an update and some information regarding the work that we've done to date and the plans in place now for the rest of the summer as far as the development of the Leslieville rec grounds. So I think Council's fairly familiar and comfortable with the changes in that community regarding the corridor schools and the David Thompson and newly minted Charlotte Small schools. being developed in the community, and overall downsizing from 3 schools to 2 schools in that area, and of course, the downstream impacts that have come along to the county in trying to support this plan, be it with servicing or provisioning of supplemental amenities and features to help support the education process there, but also the overall recreation and quality of life needs for our community. So having said that, we're sort of all on the same page then with what's went on there. We have been working diligently in response to those changes, and one of those one of the concerns and communications we heard from the community was the new footprint of the new David Thompson School in Leslieville, we're going to lose a significant amount of the recreation and quality life amenities, specifically playground and soccer field and ball diamonds, because of the larger footprint of the Leslieville School. So that came at a time when the county was adding land to our inventory in support of the fire hall that was subsequently developed just prior to the new community hall. And so timing was right for us to acquire a little extra land than needed there, with the idea of saving it for future needs for recreation. Well, those needs are now, and last year we started the process of consultation with the community to flesh out what those specific needs were. And so we did that. We did a fairly thorough process last year where we started out with some consultation with the David Thompson Rec Board. We also had some informal consultation at that time with Elks, which are another significant community group with lots of partnership opportunities in that community as far as I'm concerned, or the county's concerned. After those initial consultations, we had a community meeting. Would have liked to see it attended a little more, but just the timing, in order for us to progress this, it did land in the middle of summer, though I think we did see some good discussion there, and those that were in attendance were typically community leaders that had sort of multiple representations as far as being on the Elks and being, you know, involved in certain other community groups. So we did get some good feedback, and that feedback, in conjunction with some consultation we did with the school division, really, you know, on an ongoing basis with the school division, we were able to organize that information in a way that we could sit down with Eric and his team and start designing a concept of what amenities would look like on that specific chunk of ground that we had. And so I think if we could scroll up to that concept plan, the results of that consultation and thorough discussion with the community developed this. There was a fair bit of back and forth. The original concept plan had a little different configuration with the ball diamond and the soccer field. After further discussions with the rec board, we were informed that bringing the ball diamond a little closer to the school and the parking lot would assist those phys ed teachers or ball coaches with lugging of the material, bats and balls and helmets and all the stuff you need. And often, you know, the cargo needed to support soccer is a little less. So, you know, those were the kind of great, for as much, you know, mucking around Eric and I have done, you know, in the youth, those are things that we weren't thinking of. And so, you know, that was the great feedback we got. We also put a lot of focus on making sure that our ball diamond did not affect neighboring properties. And so the configuration of the ball diamond is such that even with some of the gentlemen in our areas that can hit dingers, we're going to keep those balls on our property. That was important to us with some of the known issues at other facilities we have. So we won't need netting on our property, which is quite high maintenance and causes other issues with birds and things. So, you know, those were some of the detail, specific ingredients that went into this plan. There's also a significant amount of area that's still left for potential future development if need be. If other amenities come up in the future that the community wants incorporated into this property, there is a decent amount of space left. You'll also see a bit of a walking path incorporated into that. That's sort of a double duty amenity in the sense that it will keep wear and tear down on our turf and our grassy areas by focusing the foot traffic and cycle traffic to the path. But it also just adds a little bit of a community feature, and that trail could be connected into the future to other trails that may exist or may be developed in the community as well. So, you know, with that, we have a parking lot, as well as a little bit of a day use picnic area, if you will. And then the obligatory stormwater retention pond, you know, which will still be a green area. We're not talking about a lake here. It's just a surge pond, if you will. And that can also be a little area where you could go run around and kick a ball in if you wanted to. So, you know, I think that is really all I had to share as far as the upstream portion of this project, the consultation and the work that we did to get what we believe is a fairly solid design representative of what we heard from the community. Maybe I'll just pass it on to Eric and he can walk you through kind of the mid and downstream portions of this project as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Hanson?
Well, good morning, and thank you, Matt, for letting us assist with this project. It's exciting for public works infrastructure. Normally, we're stuck doing roads and bridges, and this is an exciting opportunity for us to do a recreation build. It's something that we don't have a lot of experience with there, but we've got a team there that's been very capable and proven to be so. So I wouldn't mind. I just want to reference this for council. You know, council's seen this concept plan now for. You know, we were working on preliminary engineering last year. I started using this diagram in the capital projects status update report, you know, late fall last year. But I really want to go to the detailed design because that really kind of proves out as we have gone further through the consultation process and that design features. We have some features that have been changed from this conceptual design, and I wouldn't mind walking through council with that. So if we could go to the detail plan. So it's not as pretty as the concept plan, and I will try to, so don't mind, those are elevation lines that you see through there, kind of showing what the drainage pattern, which, you know, mostly with land development, your biggest issue is how you're gonna deal with the water. So that's, as you can see, has been addressed through the grading plan. So one major item of note, I want to bring it to council's attention here, is the discussion we had with Regional Fire in regards to on the last one, it was referred to as a community shelter. Really, that was mislabeled. It should have been more of a shared washroom facility. So over the course of, well, during budget deliberations specifically, had good conversations with the Director of Emergency Services as well as the Fire Chief. And of course, we're looking at the investment of a fully serviced washroom facility down in that, and would be the southwest corner of the fire training facility. They didn't really see much benefit, and just due to the location. When they do have their intensive training operations, they would typically bring in a full-service washroom facility trailer that comes with more amenities, and they really weren't too keen on thinking that it was much benefit to have that facility down that far corner. Not saying that that doesn't present a future opportunity, but like I say, a fully serviced washroom facility in that corner there is, you know, we're going from what's proposed today is a 2-stall pit-style toilet that needs to be maintained as a pump-out system compared to a hundreds of thousands of dollars washroom facility. So we don't want to overbuild something that's not necessarily going to be used. We can see that it's a single baseball diamond, it's a single soccer field with a playground. Many of these sites similar are serviced with just a single washroom facility. Many with less, with just a portable unit. I think this is still an amenity that should be included. You know, the price point is approximately $30,000 for a permanent unit, similar to what the parks units are we see in our West Country. So that's the major change. I did want to talk a little bit about, you know, why we came up with the size of the diamonds we have. You know, those are 275 footers, which if anybody's been out to Alhambra, Alhambra seems to be the new community amenity that everybody talks about, that they like what they've done with Alhambra, so it's very similar to size with that. It's also the same size as the larger diamond that's already currently in Leslieville, so it's, even though some communities have larger diamonds, even in Caroline, for example, those are 300 footers, but they're actually probably oversized for the type of typical softball utilization that we see in this community. So I think it's sized very appropriately for the use, and unfortunately a 300 footer wouldn't fit. The soccer field, the only one I know of that's gonna be created in Clearwater County, even in the town of Rocky Mountain, I was like, but it's 300 feet by 100 feet. It was an amenity that was described as a priority for the community through the consultation process, so of course that's included. The storm pond, we've actually been able to eliminate a pond area. It's more of just the stormwater is gonna be managed through a series of the ditch, because the type of development this is most of it's going back to grass, so there's less of a stormwater concern. And then the majority, or the balance of the water that is going to be shed off this property is actually going to be funneled back toward the fire pond. So it also provides another opportunity to recharge our pond, which we've had really good success in. It's never been an issue to keep that pond charged, but this drainage pattern now is also going to help assist with that. So the drainage pattern, of course, actually went across private property previously, and that'll be diverted, so it'll be all controlled through structures. So there again, I guess a little bit different with the tendering process as we're trying to go through how to design the tender on this. So we've basically broke it down into two major components. There's a grading component, which includes the construction of the parking lot, the construction of the baseball diamonds, and the construction of the fields and the walking trail. That'll be the one tender that we're currently working on developing. It'll be put out for, you know, through our normal tendering standards, and that'll get us the major components completed. But there's a lot of structural components that are involved as well. You can see in the agenda item, I've made a list of, you know, things like the dugouts, the bleachers, the field goals, the play structure. It's a very specialized, there's only a few individuals in the province that actually do playground structures, and they're not the same playgrounds that we used to play on as kids. They're not just the 4x4 treated, treated lumber anymore. These are all engineered structures and priced accordingly. They're expensive. If nothing else, we've learned that the playground world is an expensive one to get into. So really what we did is set out a cash allowance for what we thought was an appropriate dollar amount, and then we've had further in the document there, you'll see the rendering of what a typical playground structure would look like. We've received another one since. Matt and I both agree that this rendering there is more typically what we would like to see in this area. And we do have one more coming, which will be considered as well. I say it'll be shipped off to Matt and his team there for consideration. And with, beyond the structural elements, we also have a very competent and capable ag services team that, so instead of leaving it with the contractor to deal with the turf management, the creation of this turf for the soccer field and the baseball diamond, we're leaving that up to Matt and his, like I said, capable team there to look after the maintenance and creation of a turf that's going to be well utilized, I'm sure. Even with the concept drawing there, we have in the estimate there 20 trees that can be expanded, or, you know, we're really going to wait and see. That can be expanded over time. We have room in the budget, as we can see, to expand that if need be. Of course, once you add more landscaping elements, is more maintenance. So it's always been a Clearwater County philosophy is to, you know, the less maintenance, you know, you can create through your construction, the better. But we know that this is different than a road, it's different than a bridge. But we still want to include those amenities, and it can be expanded on. Really, I don't have much more to add than that, other than wouldn't mind scrolling down to the rendering for the playground, where I said the ability for these playground consultants there to come up with ideas for us there. I think they did quite well to capture what what the community maybe would be thinking. When we're looking for a larger kids playground, you know, playgrounds are still designed for kids. You know, this would be the 5 to 12 range. You know, it's not just a single slide. You know, it provides a mixed variety of different amenities. And it's a turnkey type of operation, so you basically carve out, you survey out the area, and the contractor comes in, does all the ground prep, puts up the perimeter, installs all the equipment to the specifications of the engineering guidelines, as well as puts in the type of foundation and surface material, which I believe is a wood fiber in this one. So, we're excited. We're really happy with what they've provided us for options. But with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Questions from council? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. That looks fun for me. Like, I think I would have a good time on that. I have some questions with regards to some different options. Since we're paving the area, the one path is showing as an aggregate. Is there an option to do pavement to allow for rollerblading and skateboarding? That's the one I was trying to get to. Those types of things, or is that super cost prohibitive? Like, I'm not sure what scale we're looking at. Just I know we're paving in the area already.
Yeah, I would. What I would propose is that we actually construct to a gravel standard with the anticipation that it may be paved in the future. That road is not going to be paved this year. That's going to be combined with another paving project. We have the overlay for Leslieville Hamlet, for example, is scheduled for next year. We are doing the front parking lot of the Public Services Building. Well, I don't want to jump ahead of myself here. We're going to be talking about that in a little bit. So we may be paving the front parking lot of the Public Services Building and Leslieville East. But the access road was going to be scheduled following the construction of this. So this isn't the end of the conversation for what could be used in this area or how it could be improved. This is the beginning.
So it's definitely something we can have conversation with down the road. Can I ask follow-up?
Please, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Just looking at the trees and the picnic tables and the benches, et cetera, many communities have options for memorial tree planting or memorial benches. Is that something that's being explored here as well?
Yep, that was something that was considered. Along that same line, we will be bringing something back to council to name this place. And that might be an appropriate time to consider something like that at that time, depending on the direction that the council wants to go with sort of the naming convention. But yes, aside from that, the answer to that question is yes.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
I have a few questions. First off, what's going underneath the play structure? Is it going to be a pea gravel, or what is the surface going to be underneath the play structure?
Typically, the most common option based on, best practices and standards are either pea gravel or some sort of a wood fiber. We are leaning towards, or my recommendation to Mr. Hansen would be to go with wood fiber. It would be easier for my group to maintain, and it would be, in my opinion, more in line with the theme and vision we have for this area, which is kind of rural and primary industries of the area. So now with that, there's all sorts of sizing and colors and things like that. We'll hone that in as the plan gets more detailed, but unless our professional advisors suggest otherwise, it's likely to be wood fiber.
Follow-up?
Yes, please.
Looking at the bleachers for both the ball diamonds and the soccer pitches, are these permanent and in place, or could we entertain much what's happening like at the North Saskatchewan River Park of having some bleachers that are easy to handle and be used elsewhere within the hamlet?
We're not looking at that at this time. Every time you move bleachers, there is some risk to the engineer. And because this facility won't be as we won't have the presence there, and we won't have the ability to keep an eye on things to the level that they do at the North Saskatchewan River Park. This won't be locked up and only be used when someone rents it. It'll be available to the community to come and go and to use, book formal or informal events. In our opinion, to manage our risk and the safety of our community, at this time the structures will be permanent and they'll be fixed to be used in the locations that they are. So the bleachers to view the baseball games will be fixed there, and the bleachers to be used to view the soccer will be fixed there.
And Councillor Graham, and then Councillor Northcott.
There was a lot of talk at the town hall that was had for this about crossing the highway to get to this playground. Is there anything being done for the little kids anywhere?
Yeah, so this solution is for you know, the larger kids that I think are older kids, as Eric mentioned, you know, maybe 5s, maybe even 7 to 12-year-olds. You know, the kids that would generally be approved by mom and dad to take your bike, you know, and ride a couple blocks down there. We do have money in budget, or council approved money in this year's budget, to explore what we're calling a small or young kids structure inside the hamlet, where we have more community supervision. You know, that was the conundrum at the community meeting for the playground. You know, it's out of sight, out of mind now, which is okay for the older kids to a certain extent, but it's not going to work for the little kids. But there wasn't any room, obviously, in the hamlet to have a ball diamond, a soccer pitch, all these things. And there is a lot of value when your big brother is playing baseball, young sister can go play around on that, you know, and doesn't have to sit still and quietly and watch baseball, which is just poison for children, as we know. So so that was sort of and I don't want to call it contradictory advice, because we can understand that very well, but it put us in a difficult spot to say X marks the spot, this is where we're going to build. So the only solution there was to break apart those two projects, and what we're considering would be some sort of similar structure as to what we built at the Cowboy Trail Campground, which would be considerably less money than a large playground like we see here. And, you know, sort of, you know, those little domes with the crisscross and a little teeter-totter and a small slide. Something like that. Also standing on top of a soft base of some kind. Quite a bit smaller footprint. And so we'll be looking at that opportunities this year. We'll be looking at, again, to engage key stakeholders, the community hall, the Elks, maybe the business community, and we'll look at all our options there. You know, as an old community, we don't have a ton of MR there. You know, and we've talked with planning and whatnot. You know, the newer or more recent developments have more available MR land, so that's another challenge, but you know, not insurmountable. So that's going to be our work this year, and it be getting a plan together and a preliminary design potentially, and council will you know, probably weigh in on this and make some final decisions prior to budget, so we can be prepared to develop that kind of as phase 2 of the overall recreation strategy in Leslieville. And then we should be sort of back to where we needed to be, you know, after, and we combine what we've done, you know, with what the school division's done, and, you know, we'll have, I think, a community that can be really proud of what we've built them and what we've worked together with them on.
Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. No, I think this will be a really nice project once it's complete. A little bit of comments just to go on to Councillor Swanson's comment there. The base under the playground, like wood chips, is that like just is it just wood chips, or is it natural?
It's more like shred. Okay. It's like a shredded, and that's why I'll call it wood fiber. Because it's very shredded in like a cedar or something like that. You know, it's not, don't picture, you know, the county throwing a poplar tree through the chipper. You know, it'd be a little more engineered than that. It's a soft material. It could be likely a stained colored material to match the theme of the play structure. But those are the more common, sort of bases that I've seen outside of the typical pea gravel. And Eric may have a comment to that as well.
Yeah, no, it's, through discussions with these playground providers who do a lot of these, they call it an engineered wood fiber. So it's not just a random wood chip or debris, it's an engineered wood fiber.
Okay, no, and you guys might, I just had one. I've seen some playgrounds, they had the base was actually made out of recycled tires. And it, probably one of the nicest surfaces I've ever walked on. It was really nice when it rains and stuff like that. It's nice, neat, clean, and it actually looks like asphalt. It was really flat, and it was very pleasant to walk on. It's very soft. But, and you probably researched that or looked into it, I don't know. But it was, from my experience on some of the playgrounds that I've seen, and it was very nice with the recycled tires, the way that it was laid down.
I agree, those ones are really
Beautiful to walk on. That's like, yeah.
A comment I would make, having some experience in the past with those, that product, that pour-in product is relatively expensive, and that's been the limiting factor of its being used as much lately, but it's certainly a nice surface. I would comment right now too as well. I like what I see here. I really appreciate the willingness to take community feedback as well as the feedback from the David Thompson Rec Board, and creating, I think, a much more efficient use of that area. I think it's used to the full extent. There's no longer a giant berm that takes up a third of the area, and I think there's a lot of thought been put in this, and I congratulate you on doing that. One comment I would make is I know the concept had a lot of trees, and we're just looking at 20 trees. That's about 1/4 of that density that's indicated there. I would certainly encourage, if there is a way to increase the density there. This is an open area, and especially maybe with our prevailing winds, maybe a little bit more tree density on the north side to kind of create some shelter from those wind events as well. So just a thought there anyway, but I appreciate you sharing with us. Councillor Graham, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
One more concern that I've heard in the community is accessibility. People are worried that they're gonna have to walk around and go up the trail. Could I please get you to touch on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think that is a great point. We are going to be, we are under continual discussions about how we are going to integrate our properties between the county and the school division administration, and those will be ongoing and ramping up. Now, it was obviously difficult for the school division to make too many commitments about what their footprint was going to look like until their build was done. We're there, their structure's close, their landscaping plans are still ongoing, but once we get a sense of that, there is certainly desire from the county, and I do believe from the school division as well, as linking those amenities, even as far as linking the community's outdoor skating rink. So existing amenity that we were fortunate to be able to save on the arena parking lot. That would be a bit of a rec corridor. We hope that could go through the school division property, link our property with the hamlet, have a nice crosswalk there. That would, Eric would have to have some discussions with, transportation or the school division, and now we have that connectivity. So that's certainly very important to us. Without that connectivity, it's unfeasible to expect we access through the gravel road. That certainly wouldn't be my, it also adds function and value to the school division so that their principals who are going to be teaching phys ed out there, whether it be soccer or baseball or field hockey or anything else you do on a field. We call it a soccer pitch, but it's a grass field. There's a lot of things you can do. They're going to want quick connection as well. And so I think we're all going to be in a like-minded situation to quickly negotiate and facilitate something like that. And it just hasn't been done to date because the school division, has been very busy, making plans and getting their ducks in a row to move and stuff like that, but hesitant to make too much commitments until we see exactly what that building footprint's going to be. So more to come on that, but we're very keen to find that solution.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson?
When Deputy Reeve Lougheed brought up about the possibility of memorial trees or donated trees of some sort, my mind was actually even going to the point of maybe there's an opportunity for naming sponsorship opportunities for the play structure and different aspects in regards to this. So it'd be an opportunity for local business to be able to put a few dollars towards, maybe it would be like Councillor Northcott has talked about, like the recycled tires, you know, that surface and that opportunity. And we do have, I'll just say in my experience with the spray park, that is a recycled tires surface there, and it was a donation through a sponsorship opportunity. That's how that came about. So yeah, I'm excited with what's happening. And one question for Eric is where's the new location of the washrooms? You didn't point that out. If you weren't going to put it connection, where's the new location, please?
Sure. I'm just going to go back to the previous comment first. I'll come right back to that if I could. So I just want to let council, you know, well, like originally with our discussion with school division, that access via the school property into this property has always been the understanding. The infrastructure is actually in place today. They put a man gate right at the backside of the school, as well as there was an approach with a culvert that was installed by them. So very much so anticipated that it would be school traffic that would be coming through there. And of course, the pedestrian access across the highway is right straight across. So it would behoove me not to think that that would be the true public access point for this, not requiring to go down the road. Has that been sealed up? No, probably should, just to ensure that that is the commitment, but the infrastructure is in place for that. So if we can go back to the detailed concept plan, it's smaller, that's why it was harder to see, right off the corner of the parking lot closest to the park. Originally, we had it on the north side of the parking lot, knowing that you know, the littles will be in the playground. We thought it would be prudent actually not to have them run across the parking lot to get to the bathroom, bring it closer.
I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, but first I would just comment that I agree with Councillor Swanson. It'd be great to have community buy-in as well as businesses buy into. Maybe I would like a commitment that this is the baseline of that equipment, and if we had a greater community response or business response to supporting an enhancement of those facilities, I think that would be even greater, and maybe some opportunity for them to get a little feather in their cap out of that as well. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to go back to the engineered wood fiber base around the playground. What's the life cycle of that? What's the lifespan, and what would a typical replacement cost look like?
It varies, depends on the traffic, you know, how many kids are playing on it. It varies at what kind of weather conditions they take, you know, how much rain is exposed to and things like that. But typically, you know, every 5 years you're gonna add to it. That doesn't mean you're gonna completely replace it. What's gonna happen is some of it's gonna squirt out, some kids are gonna take some home in their pockets, it's gonna break down from larger fibers into smaller fibers and turn into dust. So generally, you know, after 5 years, you'll add a little more, you'll maybe, for lack of a better word, sorry, the farmer in me wants to say cultivate it. So you'll sort of mix it up and lay it out nice again and make it nice and fluffy, because as it compacts down, its ability to provide safety is less. So there's a bit of maintenance that way. But I think, you know, from our you know, assessments, it is going to be one of the least maintenance bases that we can offer, and the capital costs up front are a little less. You know, the tire stuff is neat, you know, and it has some advantages. It also has some disadvantages. If you stick with the native color of black, it gets smoking hot. You know, in the middle of summer, sometimes to the point where, you know, it's hazardous. So you'll have to often consider a tinted color if you're not in the shade. And then that replacement cost, same thing with the aggregate. After 5 years, they're gonna squirt some of it out that's gonna get mowed up and shot away, and kids are gonna fill their pockets with it. And then when you go to replace that, that cost of adding 10% more is gonna be a little bit more. And you gotta have a very sort of specific spec on that and go back to that spec. Whereas engineered wood fiber, you could blend a different size or potential different spec a little bit easier. Does that answer the question on the base?
Mr. Hanson?
So, just according to the design build estimate, there was, the wood fiber is about $4,700 to install. So that comes with the construction of. So even if you take that out of this equation, you know, if it was $7,500 to replace, and we could only hope that actually it gets utilized so much that we have, you know, that the intensity, we'd have to replace it more often. That would be a good sign, I guess, compared to underutilization.
Great, thank you for that. And I guess I would just say that I have a household consultant team that's had experience with different surface types, and it certainly can be rated as a good, better, and best kind of thing. I think the choice I see more often used is this engineered wood fiber type concept. Not always given the biggest thumbs up from the users as well, but it's ultimately, I think it's the choice that seems to be. It was used in the recent build at the Charlotte Small School. So, I mean, that's in process of being evaluated by the users there, I'm sure. Maybe Deputy Reeve Milhoff has a number of household consultants too, and could share some light. She's got a greater team than me, for sure.
I do have several, and they actually very much prefer the rubber, actually. And as a parent, I find it better because then I don't have a whole bunch of pea gravel or wood shavings in my vehicle when I load them back up and take them home. So I really love Councillor Swanson's idea of potentially looking for community partners, that we went, hey, this is our plan. If you would like to expand on our plan, there's an opportunity to do so. Do we have a policy or something in place to allow for that already?
Typically, the way we would do something like that would be in conjunction with our lead community group, and in this instance, it would be David Thompson Rec Board. It is at times challenging and maybe a little awkward for the county to go out with our hand open to business and say, you know, now that your tax notice is up to date, could we get a donation as well? But if we sort of delegate that down to the community members, these are the folks that know these businesses. These are the folks that patronize these businesses. These are the folks that might work in these businesses or otherwise support them. If they can have those discussions on behalf of the county, provide the option for value, whether that be a naming right or the potential to develop a new amenity or to develop an amenity with the theme of your business, those tend to be opportunities that result in higher value solutions, in my opinion. So that would be my recommendation, if we were to really want to lean into that, which would be to sort of build out and as we'll be talking about the operations and maintenance and who's responsible for what sort of things with the rec board, that can be one thing that we would certainly, you know, discuss with them. How willing would you be to do some community fundraising for an extra amenity, or for a naming right, or what have you? That I think that would be the best option for something like that.
And I think there's always opportunity if we create the baseline for this facility, if the community sees that need for an enhancement and industry wants to support that, I think we have flexibility within this design to create many enhancements over many generations as they use this in the future. Councillor Graham, your light was on, but maybe I've discouraged you in some way. No.
Oh, well, if it's coming back on, I guess I will ask my question then. It was just pertaining to the trail and the fact that there's a high school there. The trail would not work if it's a gravel trail, I guess, for this, but is there any consideration for the high school activities such as track and field with the size of the track, or somewhere that they can put a track and a like triple jump pit. I don't know, I wasn't a triple jumper, but whatever those are,
Yeah,
those
so,
types of things.
so a little bit of that was touched during consultation. It didn't rank necessarily high in priority because they do have a bit of footprint still at the school. And so those tend to be amenities that are easy enough, you know, we pull 8 inches of sod off and bring a half a yard of sand and we have a triple jump pit, as far as I know, because I too wasn't a triple jumper. But I think that was really why those ranked low on the priorities, that certain amount of those amenities. Now, I do believe that for things like cross-country running club and those things, that aggregate running path, whether it's shale or what have you, you know, I think that would still be suitable to support some of those functions. And then kind of finally, I think where we really wanted to hit the sweet spot with our facility was where school activities and community activities kind of merge. And, you know, that's things like playground, or maybe not so much playground, but baseball diamonds, soccer fields, walking paths, and the triple jump and stuff. That's typically not a pursuit community members are in. That's a little more specific to the schools. And so we would certainly be open to having those discussions with the school, but maybe they would have to pay for the installation. You know, if they needed a chunk of ground, the school division could develop over on this corner a little, you know, triple jump or hurdle area or whatever they wanted to do as their funded amenity, because I think it would be hard for me to suggest to you folks that the community would benefit as much or more than the school. So that's, I guess, sort of the long answer as to why that type of amenities didn't make the cut here at this point. But not to say, as I think we've well noted here, and many of the councillors have pointed out, this is sort of, you know, the base or the minimum amount of amenities that we're going to provide to support this community in school. We hope that this is such a well-utilized area, and I'm going to use the hub as an example. What we built there some time ago, quite a bit different today, because there's been so much additions and, you know, spin-off benefits and things. And so we kind of hope that this turns into that a little bit, and the community grabs onto that and says, this is what we want. We fundraised a bit for it. What can the county and other community leaders do?
Thank you. And Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. I hope that you aren't taking our questions and comments as criticism. This is an amazing project, and I am commenting on it because of how exciting this is and how excited I personally am about this. And I just hope that this will be an amazing project, and it looks like it's going to be an amazing project. So I just want to make sure that you're not leaving here going, crap, council did not like the, no. I am excited about it, and that's why I'm commenting so much on it. So thank you.
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and this is a good part about this dialogue, you know, as this is for information. But I do want to confirm a couple things, you know, since we're here. So what I hear from a consensus is, you know, for us to investigate a upgraded surface material in the playground is a priority to this group, to see if there's a better option compared to wood fiber is what's been introduced. But if there's a better option, see if we can secure something that maybe something like the rubberized material or whatever. I'm not sure if that's still available, but we can certainly investigate that. I'm just going to go through the list here. Landscaping features, you know, I said we've only identified 20 trees in the document. We have budget capacity for more. You know, if we have a consensus to expand that landscaping ability, you know, it's something I'd be definitely interested in looking into and expanding on. The trail, it was there again, not well versed in trail development, but you become that way the more you deal with the professionals. One of the universities, actually, was a study that was done after they built their trail system and sidewalks, and then they looked at where all the beaten down grass was. You know, that became the new opportunity for the new trail system. So, you know, perhaps, you know, with an aggregate, a gravel trail that surrounds this, if we look at some of the usage patterns there, then we'll be able to better develop a trail system that makes more sense. Because as we can see it on a piece of paper, from a two-dimensional use, makes sense, but, you know, perhaps there's future opportunity for that. But we'll definitely keep that in mind, but with the gravel path for now. And then securing that public access, long-term public access through the school, because that's gonna be important to the community and important to this council, I think, as well. And those are the items that I had on my list.
Maybe I might just suggest one other thing. We are an aging community. We have a lot of accessibility issues with the senior population. It'd be nice to have that shortcut route paved so that the grandparents can come out and watch their grandchildren use these facilities. And, you know, it is a barrier if you try to take a walker down a gravel path, you know, a short pavement or sidewalk that takes that shortcut from the paved parking lot to the where they're gonna do can really help a lot with the enjoyment of that facility by all ages. And I think it's well worth the initial investment to consider that. So, just another thought. Any additional comments? Well, Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for summarizing it all. And I really like we've set up a baseline, and where partnership is available, we can upgrade the plan. So it's not necessarily, hey, we're gonna go out and put on the rubber asphalt or whatever under a playground, but where partnership available, maybe that's something that can be accomplished. Or, like, I like the idea of looking for teammates in this and it not being entirely the county.
Well, again, thank you so much for outlining where we're at. I think it's an exciting process. Sorry, Councillor Grant. Go ahead.
I was just gonna make a motion, goodness, that council receives the Leslieville Recreation Area Project Progress Summary Update as information.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion or questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I don't have a question. Just want to say this is going to be a great asset for that community. Well done.
Super. Okay, I will call the question then. All those in favor of receiving for information? That's carried. Thank you very much again for outlining where we're at. And where we're at is 12:05. I think we will probably take an appropriate break here. I don't know if we're quite ready for lunch yet, but we'll take a break here and be back at 12:45, please. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We follow through with our agenda today, and we're moving down to our delegations and presentations for the day. Item 6.1, and I'd welcome Andrea Vassallo today with us. Maybe we'll do a quick round of introductions. It's been a while since we've all touched base, so we'll do a quick round of introductions, starting with Councillor Graham, please.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
It's so weird introducing myself to my friend, but Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hi, Andrea. Welcome. Daryl Lougheed for Councillor for Division 3.
Welcome, Andrea. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hi, Andrea. Michelle, Division 7.
Good afternoon, Andrea. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Hi, Andrea. Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good afternoon, Andrea. Rick Emmons, CA.
Hello, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day.
Well, go ahead, please. We're excited to hear what you have to present to us.
Great. So I'm Andrea Vassallo, the manager of Clearwater Regional FCSS, and I put together a PowerPoint presentation for you today, just to do a recap of what last year looked like and what our priorities are in FCSS. So that's our office. If you come in through the front doors of the post house, that's what you'll see. At Christmas, there was our little light up beaver there, which no end to the jokes for the beaver, but we still have it there in our office. But it looks really great in the front, and we try to be welcoming to all people who come through our door. There's Rebecca and I dressed up for Halloween a few years ago, and there's our trade show set up. Okay, so we provide information and referral through our office. So that's just a fancy way of saying we connect people to supports. So since the pandemic, we've noticed a steep uptake in this service. A lot of folks come through looking for housing or mental health, such as counseling. There's actually been a lot of free counseling given out since the pandemic, so that's great. So if you know anybody that needs help in any sort of way, social service focus, send them our way because we can connect them to local or provincial supports. We also have been doing a fair bit of benefits applications such as AISH, CPPD, etc. When the Alberta Supports offices were closed, we had a little bit of downloading there, to be honest. It's not our program, but folks often don't have the ability to do it themselves. The literacy level in our area is about grade 6, so a lot of people don't understand government forms. So we help them navigate that. So Rebecca runs the volunteer center. This is under her work portfolio. So she puts out a monthly newsletter just to try to boost volunteerism because they're the fabric of community. They really put the heart in community. So we also have the newcomer welcome package available at the museum. So if you know anybody new to town, feel free to send them over there to get the package. It's got interesting community information. She also does snow angels, so folks that can't plow their own driveway, they come and shovel. Youth often need it, the volunteer hours. It's great for the resume. Also for folks that have skill sets that have been retired or new to the area, it's a really great way to get engaged in community. So she connects them. Also, we run the really successful community volunteer income tax program. That's for low income or no income, believe it or not, individuals. We have folks come through the office and we can catch them up on their tax returns up to 9 years back. We figured we needed a cutoff, so we picked the 9 years. Some people it's longer, actually. But most people it's a couple years, but it affects your GST check, the climate rebates, etc., benefits applications. And of course, we celebrate Volunteer Week. So we collaborate with our partners in the community and we try to celebrate volunteers during April every year. So there's the bags we put together. I don't think we'll do it again because we had bananas in there and some of them took a little bit of time to be picked up. Volunteers are busy, so we had some fruit flies happening, but this year we have a different plan. So here's the tax program. You can see $3.1 million were put back into our region simply by doing the tax returns. So it's a huge service for low income or no income individuals. So here's some stats. 332 individuals were served. That includes 121 seniors, 148 modest income individuals, and 59 individuals on AISH, and more than 91 children. So that's money right back into our region. Also, under my work portfolio, we give away community grants every year. So if they fit our mandate
And it's a board decision. I take the applications before the board, I make a recommendation based on the alignment to our mandate, and they assess it and determine any funding, if any. And these are some programs we funded last year. So Caroline Neighborhood Place, which is kind of like an FCSS office in Caroline. It's a hub of the community for sure. The Play School Society with their hub kids out of school care. The Filipino-Canadian Association with their food and music festival. And if you ever get a chance to attend any of their events, I highly recommend it. It's really wholesome, really fun for the whole family. They did at Christmas, they did a really great scavenger hunt, and you had to find, for example, holes with a sock in, or socks with a hole in them. So people were taking off their socks, and so we could see if you had holes in your socks or not. It was funny. So if you can go, that'd be great. And the Rocky Skate Park Committee, they had every Tuesday a little gathering where you could learn skills. There was peer-to-peer mentorship, older kids to the younger kids, trying to have that adult presence there at the park, because kids that frequent the park tend to have some home issues at times or substance use issues, skipping school and such. So they were doing that with a lot of success. Found out the kids were hungry. Unstable housing, a lot of the kids too. So they would feed them every Tuesday, and then it culminated in a summer event, which is a bigger community event. And if you can go to that, it's a lot of fun. They had speakers and such. The Asoquan Friendship Center, their men's forum, they had their second forum this year in November, and it was a huge hit, focus on men's mental health and healthy masculinity. Also, the Rocky Youth Development Society, but it's now run by Youth HQ out of Red Deer, the Clearwater Boys and Girls Club, keeping those fees low for families in need. Also, West Country Family Service Association for their Lifeline and home support programs, so supporting seniors. That's a big piece of our community grants budget. And the Wild Rose School Division Family Wellness Program, and they've noticed huge increases in their caseload since the pandemic. So those are some of the groups we fund, and we're always open to new projects. So if there's ever anything folks need funding, it has to be a nonprofit. Send them my way and I can have a chat to see if it aligns with our mandate. So here's some Seniors Week photos. I believe that's Jim Duncan there with his wife, if you look really closely. You can tell him you saw the picture. So what we did was shuffleboard, crib, movie, information sessions and such. Rebecca aligned with the Pioneer Center, and we tried to offer different things like swims, etc. And the Friendship Center had a barbecue. We also do a lot of youth and family programming. So we do our annual Girls Now and Guys Unleashed Together for age 10 to 17. And once they age out, they actually become leaders of the group, which is really nice. That's a nice way to pay it forward. They do physical activities, mental health, skill set building, etc. We have Rural Link. Rebecca runs this again with the grade 5s at Rocky Elementary. She takes them over to the lodge, and she's had a few groups this year because it's really grown, the interest. The teachers come as well. And we do different things out in the county, like the Halloween and Christmas events in Condor, the Leslieville block party, etc. Trying to engage the county more, trying to get out there more. So these are some of our other events and programs. We've had paint nights. CHS Day is Confluence Heritage Society Day. That was the first time last year out at the site, and there were hundreds of people there. They took in fun activities for families and also got some resources. Here's a picture from Unleashed. This is actually my group that I did. I love it. It's so much fun to be a leader, to get to know the youth. And then I co-wrote a grant for Alberta Health Services, and we hosted the youth forum last spring. And I hope to come back and share that report. And there I am with Jessica, the other adult that helped me in the bottom left. And there's the youth on the bottom right, and they named themselves the Voices of the Youth Committee, and one of the youth designed that logo, which is kind of neat. They got really engaged. They helped us to make decisions. They helped us to plan it, and we're gonna actually reconvene here again in the next month or so and plan something for the summer because we got a second grant. So that was to address issues with youth. So we had 2 different speakers. One of them was Dominic Hill out of the Friendship Center, and it was all about mental health, resiliency, self-awareness, confidence. And then we actually, at the tables there, you can see Nathan, who works in AHS Addictions. He collected some information and some other tables, so that's what I used to write the report. So we found out what you think, what the gaps are, what the needs are. And we offered Adulting 101. This has gotten a lot of attention, actually, provincially with other FCSS programs and nonprofits. Rebecca, my colleague, came up with it, And even we've had adults say, can I take Adulting 101? But it's for youth. And we teach them renter basics, basic mechanics, budgeting, and tax returns. So if you hear of this program being advertised, it's great for youth to take because it just hits that gap area that the schools miss. Here's the Rural Link program, that intergenerational between seniors and the lodge and the youth. They become friends. They learn about each other. One of the activities is youth tape their fingers and they get to see what it's like to have mobility issues, right? To have your arthritis, right? Crippling, and what that means. And then they have to pick up something, and it gives them, I guess, some humility, right? Some understanding. We're also a safe supply site for Turning Point Society out of Red Deer, not to be confused with a safe consumption site. So folks are not consuming at the FCSS office, they're getting safe supplies. So it's a harm reduction lens is what we use, which is to basically just say, we understand you're going to use potentially, and if you are, we want you to do it safely. How it aligns with FCSS is we have those conversations, we build the relationships with folks that come through the door. Quite often they have complex trauma, substance use disorder, etc., a lot of shame. And so we just respect them and we talk to them as people and we connect them with supports. So yes, they get their safe supplies. Often they peer distribute it because sometimes folks are scared to come through the door and talk to us. But we are one of the FCSS offices that we're a satellite site, it's called, for Turning Point. So if there's any questions about that, I welcome them. But we've been running it for 2 years and it's tripled. That's how busy it's gotten. The IDA used to be a safe supply site too. And here's our practicum student. She's out of Red Deer Polytechnic, formerly known as Red Deer College. She's there at the front desk helping relieve the front door for us doing tax returns. She goes to programs with Rebecca and helps out. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about FCSS. And just to remind you all, what is FCSS? Preventative Social Services. We try to prevent further crisis, so we intervene. We're not intervention workers like Children's Services, but we're helping and trying to build community. So thank you. Any questions?
Sure, I'll go to Deputy Reeve Lougheed first.
Thank you, Reeve. Not really a question per se, but wow, like the portfolio that you guys have and the impact on the community is huge. And thank you for trying to reach out rurally as well, because it's my understanding we are a funding partner with FCSS. So I do appreciate you trying to engage with the rural landscape as well, and just a lot on your plate. So kudos to you and your team.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, I would have to say the same thing. I didn't realize that you were running so many programs or funding so many programs. Quality of life is becoming more of an issue for a community. I do have a question about the safe supply.
Sure.
How do you source that and manage whatever products are being supplied?
So it comes at no cost to FCSS of the time, which we would help folks through the door anyways. Turning Point Society supplies everything, so we just simply say, hey, we're out of this, we need this, I do inventory, and then they send it our way. And we track individuals, just their first name and their year of birth, just so they can see how much people consume for their funder. And that's it, we just track them, we give them the supplies, we say, do you need any other community resources? And we say, how are you doing today? And find out more about their story and help them as we can.
Okay, are these actual pharmaceuticals?
No.
No.
No, it's not
Okay.
the substances. It's like pipes, bongs, foil, straight shooters, needles, etc. Condoms too, safe sex supplies as well. Condoms, dental dams, lube, female condoms, the whole gamut.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I love how you have evolved as a group in our community to reach out and meet those different needs. What would you say was the most impactful in 2022?
That's a tough question. I would say opening our doors, right? Or Alberta Supports opening their doors recently, that was 2023. But I would say the mental health supports that came down. A lot of people have a hard time asking for help. They tell us it's really hard and they often wait too long. So that's why it's good to get a jump on it when people are struggling and say, hey, go talk to FCSS, they can help you out, it's confidential, and you can be connected to supports. I would say those free mental health supports were huge. Yeah.
Additional questions? Well, I would comment that in your introduction, you mentioned that we have a grade 6 reading comprehension level. That was actually shocking to me that that's the reflection of our community, but I understand those realities of dealing with that. And certainly thank you for all the work you do and your team does. Rebecca, I know, is terrific as well, and your office team as well, for sure. Sorry, Councillor Northcott.
Do you have very many people, like from distances of travel, like out in the rural landscape? Are there many people that, do you think there's restricted access to your services, maybe because of distance of travel, because of being too far out of an urban community like Rocky Mountain House and stuff, but yet there's still people out in rural settings, but because of distance of travel, maybe unable to access your services?
For sure, we acknowledge that, and transportation is a barrier for many people. Either they don't have their license anymore if they're a senior, or they can't afford the gas. However, we do outreach out to Condor, Leslieville, Nordegg, and Caroline to try to eliminate that barrier. So Rebecca does taxes on site and meets with people, such as Neighborhood Place, to try to circumnavigate that.
Thank you very much.
Maybe one additional question, maybe if you could outline just some of those programs you have that support aging in place. I know that's something that's, as we look in the mirror and see who we are as a community, we recognize that people want to stay in their homes and age in place. I'm just wondering if you can outline some of the supports you do for that, as well as partner organizations perhaps.
Sure, happy to. So we have an aging population here, as I'm sure you're aware of with our demographics. So we fund the home support and lifeline programs. So that's a huge chunk of our community grants budget. So that's West Country Family Service Association. So that's a lot of support right there to keep the fees low, such as with the lifeline monitoring fees and purchasing of equipment. And same for home support, because they do have to pay for that. So that would be a direct cost to seniors without the grant. Also, we do support Seniors Week, and we connect seniors to services. We're well linked with the Pioneer Center as well. So we just try to keep an ear to the ground about what the needs are and how we can support beyond that big grant to West Country Family Service Association. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Good.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you. Like these programs are incredible, and you seem to have the perfect mindset to be doing something like this. I'm really impressed with your perspective on everything, and it's really wonderful. So thank you for all that you do for our community and all that your group does. And if there aren't any questions, I would make the motion to accept this presentation for information.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional questions? Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I only had one more question. And that was, what else can we do as the county to support your great work?
We appreciate your support. Financially is the biggest contributing partner. It's based on population, so thank you to the county. Also, we have 2 appointed council members on my board, one of which is Reeve Lougheed, and the other one is Councillor Ratcliffe. So thank you for that support. And just being open-minded and making the referrals to us would be great. In your circles, just talking about FCSS, the importance of social programs to get ahead of the issues in families to try to prevent further crisis, and just making the referral to the FCSS office so we can help folks.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion before us to accept for information. I will call that question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was very informative. And again, we certainly appreciate the impact you're having within our community. Your efforts don't go unnoticed, and we do appreciate those for sure. So
thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us today. So back to our agenda of the day. I believe we have another, Alana?
Thank you, Reeve. I did receive notification that our next delegation will be about 15 minutes late.
Okay, that's fine. I know we still had a few minutes before that. I was just trying to find an appropriate next section on here. So I think if we can, maybe I think Eric is still with us, and we'll move into Public Works. And so that is the 2023 Local Roads and River Base Pave Project Tender Awards. And I know that will perhaps have some decisions necessary by council, so we will turn the floor across to Mr. Hanson to outline this agenda item, please.
Well, good afternoon, council. Not quite as a cheery subject matter for this one as we had before lunch, but you know, I guess this is just you know, we have a huge capital program set out by council there during the budget deliberations, and our team has been hard at work doing the procurement required for all this this busy summer we have, and this is our first kick at some of the market for some of these projects that we're seeing. So, in the interest of time and relativity, I've combined this agenda item to include two different tenders, and there's a lot of information there, but I'm happy to, you know, to repeat some of the things there just to make it completely clear. There's a lot of projects involved, but there again, so there's the 2023 local roads and the River Road Base Pave project. So the local roads projects includes Leslieville East Road, the front parking lot for the Leslieville Public Services Building, as well as the Bunch Road. So that was all combined in a single tender, whereas the River Road was tendered separately. The closing dates were a week apart. So to kick it right off, of course, we just recently tendered these 4 work programs, combining these 2 tenders in support of the 2023 approved capital budget. I've just described what the local roads program consisted of. And I also wanted to point out that through the budgeting process, we actually identified the Bunch Road as a deletable bid item, just in case the tenders came in too high, or there was they give council an opportunity for some wiggle room if there was to be a project to be canceled to try to get underneath budget or closer to the budget line. That's an opportunity there. So that is still there today. We'll get farther into that later through the presentation. So the tender opening was held on February 2nd for the local roads. Central City Asphalt, they were the low bid of $4,417,000. That name probably sounds familiar even to this council there. They've done the intersection at Highway 11A and the River Road a couple of years ago, as well as they did the paving on the Spate Road a couple years ago for us there. They do fantastic work, come highly recommended. No concerns with the contractor himself. So this project is now estimated to be $258,000 over the budgeted amount of $4,679,000. So basically, when we dissected the tender results, our asphalt pricing, what we predicted during the budgeting process, was pretty much bang on. Actually, we were maybe a little bit high. But our fuel-intensive operations, such as the granular base course, the subgrade prep, and mobilization is where we've seen the increase from the tenders. So with that tender process, we had 6 bidders, so we still had a really good response. So there again, so we got a really good representation of what's in the market. This project had it's a $1.3 million swing between the low bid to high bid. Again, it's, when I say a diesel influence there, you know, right now our rack price is about $1.56 a liter, which in my time history, like this is still the highest diesel prices we've ever seen. So it's a pretty good reflection on what we are seeing with that type of pricing. So farther down through the item, you can see how the revised project costs end up being around $4.9 million. The approved capital budget was around 4.7. That's about a 5.5% overall increase between the budget and what the revised the project amounts would be. So I'm going to leave that one for now. I'm just going to move right into the River Road, and then we'll discuss the options that council has there at the end. So the second tender was just strictly River Road. So from Highway 11A over to Highway 11. That's the portion that the contractors reconstructed for us there last year. Again, the low bidder came in as Central City Asphalt. You know, they had the low bid on the project just prior, so it put them in a really good position to be very competitive on this one. It still ended up being about $256,000 over budget. There again, the similarities were exactly what we expected. Asphalt was really close. but the diesel, the fuel-intensive operations is where the increase was seen. That one, I think it was about 7.9% increase over from what the estimated amount to what the tendered amount was. So that really takes us right into, and I guess it's important to say that even on River Road, we had 5 bidders, 1 dropped off. Why, who knows? But there was only a $342,000 difference from high to low. So obviously a very competitive, very indicative number to what the cost in the industry are for that project. So we go to the 3 options that I'm going to be presenting to council today. We can discuss them. That's really going to probably dictate, what the motion might be coming out of this. So option 1, council can award both tenders as per the recommendation and reallocate the required funds from the paving restricted surplus. The balance of the restricted surplus is approximately $3.1 million at the end of this year. That was taking into account if we were on budget with the programs as they are. So we had $3.1 million left if it was on budget. With this adjustment, of course, it would have to be reduced by the $500 and somewhat thousand. The other option, of course, I'd be remiss to not include is that, adding to this restricted surplus, given the opportunity through restricted surplus allocation later on the year and in the budgeting process, if you want to continue paving, adding to this reserve might be a good idea if we want to continue to pave in the future. Option 2, council can award both tenders and remove the Bunch Road from the 2023 local roads project as it was listed as a deletable item in the tender. So there's no contractual obligation for the county to move forward with that project. This would reduce the amount required from the paving restricted surplus by about $338,000. So it's not going to balance the budget, but it's getting much closer. The problem with that is, which happens a lot with deletable items, is that it was a competitive number on the Bunch Road. So when a contractor looks at a program and one's deletable, you don't tend to bid heavily on a deletable item in case it's removed. It wasn't fire sale, isn't the term that I would use, but is under our estimated amount. So we still have a good price for Bunch to get that done. Basically kicking that can down the road. Was paved in 2004, so it's just about 20 years old. It needs it. It's narrow. It was constructed to a reduced standard for the day. But that is definitely an option for council to consider, that to try to reduce the burden for this year, you could remove Bunch Road from the project approval. Third option, of course, is council could choose to cancel one or both of the tenders that we provided with no contractual obligation because they're over budget. That is a valid reason not to award a tender to a contractor. Unfortunately, the communication would be then more to the public is that these roads would remain gravel, like for example, River Road, Leslieville East Road would remain gravel for the foreseeable future, unless there was another idea or unless it was brought back again. So really, those are the 3 options. I have included the recommendation to award both with the adjusted funding associated with, but I'm going to leave it there and happy to answer any questions.
And it looks like Deputy Reeve Lougheed is first to the button.
Thank you, Reeve. How long is base pave good for again? Because we did base pave on River Road and the Leslieville East Road. How long is that? Will it not have to be redone if we were to do pavement 5 years from now?
Yeah, so life cycle of an asphalt surface is about 15 years. We are looking at a 20-year cycle, especially with our band-free roads that we've constructed. Like the previous construction methods that were used historically were a cost-saving method that come with a lot of long-term maintenance and restrictions for travel, for example, spring road bans. I'm going to say 10 years ago, we went to a band-free structure, which the structure seemed to be holding up quite well. So we're actually seriously looking at alternative measures for our structures to try to get us to the 20-year life cycle instead of 15. But between 15 to 20 is going to require an overlay.
Sorry, so they all were given big gravel ready for pavement last year, and, like River Road and Leslieville, they were both ready for pavement for this year. So that base, ready for the pavement, how long is that good for before that would have to be redone? If we weren't to pave?
Yeah, I apologize. I
Sorry.
totally misread your question.
Or I said it wrong, or I said it
No,
wrong.
that's fine. So they're constructed to a gravel standard. They're
Gravel
wider
base.
than a gravel base standard. They're wider than what our normal local road standard would be. The maintenance costs would be a little bit higher. They would last indefinitely. There's no different than us reconstructing our gravel road infrastructure. The only issue would be that they're a little bit wider to maintain, but that there are operations that could bring those in narrower as well.
So there's not a whole bunch of work that would need to be done if we paved it in 3 years instead of this year?
You know, you basically have to reshape regardless. Even like the one that we just reconstructed last year, actually, they are designed to be knocked down, reconsolidated, and then constructed with the base to support the new structure. So regardless of whether it was done this year or in 3 years from now, it requires the same, maybe more effort in time just because of the misshaping or how things change, but it could certainly be done in 3 years.
Thank you.
And I see Councillor Swanson.
Thanks for the breakdown. In my opinion, River Road absolutely has to get paved this year with all of the events that happened down at the North Saskatchewan River Park, the rodeo, the chuck wagons, and even Riverview Campground with the tourism at the other end. I would like to see that finished and completed. If we're going to continue to promote tourism in our community, I think that's something that having a dust-free event would impact for the residents down that road. So I would be okay with supporting the River Road project for sure. I see the savings of doing the Leslieville East with everything going on. My concern is that if we push that project on pause, that we risk higher price in the future, like anything. So is it the best time now or not? And if we're gonna be doing the recreation thing that we talked about this morning, that, you know, it would just neatly tie itself up in a bow. And I mean, we do have the other event like Leslieville Antique Days down that road, the transit site, et cetera, so anyways, I'm okay with going forward with both as presented, but if we had to pick one, I would definitely pick the River Road first.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then back to Councillor Northcott.
Okay, I think they were before me, but I'll take my turn. Oh. Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I've been having some similar thoughts to what I've heard here around the table already. That yes, I think River Road needs to be done because of River Park. One of the main reasons. I'm less so for some of the others, that I would be in favor of postponing the Leslieville East asphalt. I think we're going to have asphalt work there again next year.
Yes.
In that area.
Yeah, so it's a really good opportunity for the tonnage. Like I said, if fuel happens to come down, I don't know, I guess for perspective for asphalt prices, it's not as high as we've seen. We've seen $125 asphalt. We're low 100s right now for asphalt itself. Diesel fuel costs, are we going to see $1, you know, 90 cents to $1 for diesel fuel in 2024? Highly doubt it at the rate we're going. Because we're even look at our oil price there at $80 or $90 a barrel, and we're still sitting at $1.56 a liter. That's our rack price. That's not what you're paying at the pump, of course. So I don't know that it'd be much cheaper than what you're going to get right now. We do have a lot of paving scheduled as for next year that we'll be presenting in budget. So I just want to throw that out there. But yes, we did plan on doing an asphalt overlay for Leslieville next year.
In the town itself. Like into.
In the hamlet, as well as there again, the access road into this, the recreation area.
Would the contractor, the bidders, want to change their pricing if we deleted a section?
So the way that our tenders are designed, we use an Alberta Transportation Specification tender. So the only flexibility we have today with this tender as it sits is to delete Bunch Road and move forward with the rest, or delete the entire project, or move forward with both. Those are the only three options that we have with the Leslieville contract as it sits today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and as I move down the line, I might just comment right now, I think it's driven home the reality of where we're at as far as pricing. I think if we look at our petroleum rate-based costs, if we look at the grocery store costs, we know we're living in a world where everything costs more. That's the great thing of having a restricted surplus that can help even out those fluctuations in the economy. I still believe we live in a community that's looking forward. I think a community that is anticipating the future, building for the future, and I am supportive of, although we've had a 5 to 7% increase in what we budgeted, I believe we have opportunity within our restricted surplus to cover that increase and move forward with plans that we know are important to our community as we move forward. And I think I had promised Councillor Northcott next, so, and then I will go to Councillor Graham and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
Okay, thanks. So just for clarity, it's either the River Road and the Leslieville East Road? It's either all or none? Or they can be separate? The River Road and Leslieville East, it could be either one or the other? If we chose to approve one, or do you have to approve both?
No, so local roads includes Leslieville East Road, the Leslieville Public Services Building, and Bunch. That's one contract.
Okay.
River Road's a separate contract completely. So you can, and then with the flexibility of the, like I say, you could take Bunch out of the first contract, reduce that. I will put a plug in as well as our 5% contingency that we do put into our budgeting. The nice part about paving and the risk that's normally associated with paving, it's been very rare that we actually use the contingency. So you can see in my revised amounts, it's close to $250,000, $400,000 of contingency that we carry on a project this size. 5% of $7 million, so $350,000. It's rare that we actually use the contingency, but that we need to carry that security until the end, which would be realized. But I can knock on wood and say that it's rare that we actually get into that contingency amount for this type of work because it's base pave, lower risk.
Okay, well, I'll just be in favor of going ahead with the River Road paving there. With all the events and stuff, community events and rodeos and chuck wagons, that would make sense. I know that there's always talk of inflation and everything is very, very expensive right now, but I know that well, everybody's witnessed higher. The government's raising interest rates for banking and all that stuff to try and slow inflation. So I don't know, maybe in the future there may be reduced costs. I don't know, but I'd be in favor of going ahead with River Road.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
I would concur with you all. I think River Road needs to be done. I think there are many benefits to everyone for that to be done. You're all going to be really surprised. I would also like to do the other Leslieville project. A few reasons is we have an election coming up, and I fear that if a certain government gets in, the prices are going to skyrocket significantly more than they are now, and that scares me. I've heard that school buses are going to be taking that path of that road to go to Leslieville so that they aren't bringing a bunch of busloads of kids onto Highway 11 anymore. So it would pose some positive safety, the opposite of concerns for school buses. And we have some business owners too in Leslieville who are doing so many great things and are trying to build up the community. And they have so many great ideas, and I think this would be such a deterrent for them because people who are on Rainy Creek, it drives them to Eckville. And it might seem dramatic because it's just gravel to people, but it truly, that gravel will send people to Eckville, and people in the community have talked to me about this. I know I I used to be on gravel a lot, but now I don't because my husband doesn't like it truck to truck. But I think that it would be beneficial for that. We would keep people in our community, and it would be encouraging those business owners who are working so hard to build up the community. And there are events that take place on this road as well, going to Leslieville Antique Days, and I know last year people were so excited about it being paved this year, and the road gets mucky, and there's just so much traffic on that road. It's a busy, busy road. So I think, I hate to spend more money, but I think that it's like the planting a tree thing. It's you either plant it today or you should have planted it 50 years ago. I think we need to go ahead with all of the roads personally.
Thank you. And Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. While I agree with all the points you made on the importance of the road, I'm struggling with whether, River Road, I believe it needs to be done now. Leslieville, I'm wrestling with it. And because I am a firm believer in cyclical municipal budgets that run, so when the economy is down, that's when our municipal budget should ramp up to keep our people working. Now, maybe that's not how it works anymore with the RFP process, that we can't guarantee we're keeping our people working because of the West Trade agreements and all the stuff. We can't guarantee it's our people working. But everything that I have read when it comes to government budgets, we should keep low when the industry around us is high and booming and keeping our people working, and our budgets should, and our projects should reflect a lower, like a recession. We should be rampant high to keep our people working. They are predicting a recession. That doesn't mean that, I don't have a crystal ball. Mine doesn't work so great. So that's why I'm juggling with this one, just because I do believe in a cyclical municipal economy. So I'm having a hard time with this one.
Thank you. I'll just kind of restate again, I don't think we need to interrupt our asset management plan in any significant way because we have a 5% increase in overall costs throughout our overall economy. I think we do have an effect on the local economy. What we invest in projects does create opportunities for economic development. It is an investment in our community. It's a long-term investment in our community. I think it is in alignment with what we hope to be as we move into the future as well. So I'm certainly supportive of option one. And I'll get off my soapbox for a second and just say that's where I'm at with this at the moment. So, Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. And that's actually what I'm saying. Like you're saying that we have an impact on the local economy. I 100% agree, which is why I'm wondering if our local economy takes a massive dip, if that's when we should be putting in that many more projects. Just trying to look at making sure that we are that bolster in an economy when our local economy is lower. Yeah, no, For me,
in that aspect, I believe our local economy is recovering. I don't believe it has recovered to a sustainable level yet. I think we're in that process. I don't want to take the pedal off the gas until we start to get near the top of the hill as opposed to up on the upslope. And I believe we do have an impact here. I think we've created that expectation within the community that this is a project, for instance, relating to the Leslieville to Withrow paving section there. We have that expectation within the community that will be paved. We've stated that in many times. We've created a budget for that. The impediment that's come forward here is when we look at the tendered bids that come back and we see that it's somewhat higher than what was budgeted. This is not a 50% higher, this is not a 20% higher, this is a 5% higher or so, something that is sometimes captured within a contingency, but certainly we have that window of opportunity within the restricted surplus that is dedicated for these projects to be able to continue that momentum going forward. And that's kind of my logics behind it. Any other comments at the moment? I haven't heard from Councillor Cermak either in this process, and I'm going to have you weigh in on it here, but I'll give you a second while we go through Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Part of my concern in this, and really comes down to, and I think most of our school buses drive on gravel roads, but when we pave a road, this now goes into our depreciation pool, which we haven't had the financial background presentation yet. But to me, it says that there's a point where we should not be paving more roads because this depreciation pool gets to be more and more a greater percentage of our revenue. That there has to be some point when we stop, and you know, that's one of my concerns, the amount of money we've taken out of reserves for these projects this year, and why I would like to see it deferred.
Okay. Councillor Graham.
I just wanted to touch on the school bus comment. Yes, they absolutely do drive on gravel roads, but you're gonna have, how many buses go to David Thompson? 20?
All of them.
Yeah, you're gonna have. You're. I'm gonna say 15 to 20 buses, to not
Easily,
over exaggerate,
easily.
that are meeting on this gravel road. So it is a safety concern, and the community is already pushing to get that Condor road now paved for the safety concern of that as well. So that's where I'm coming from with that comment. It's not that they don't want to drive on gravel, it's more the community that is pushed out of our municipality when they could be supporting businesses within our municipality because of that gravel part, if that makes sense.
I can see the cloud of dust in the morning.
And the safety of the numerous residents of our municipality, numerous children of our municipality on those buses as well, yes.
And I might just comment before I go to Councillor Cermak. I think these considerations are important. If we believe we are a we have a stable population here, or if we believe, heaven forbid, that we might welcome more people into the community in the near future, that we need to look to the future for our support of those services. And I think it's very important to send that signal that we are a welcoming community and that we are building for the future, not looking back 15 or 20 years. We're looking forward into the future. And Councillor Cermak, you're on.
Okay, thank you. Option 2, I'm kind of in favor of it. The Bunch Road, you said we could extract that out of that. Is that gonna deteriorate this road if we don't pave it? Or put an overlay over it, or whatever we're doing at the Bunch Road?
A little bit of a shell game, but what I would recommend is, you know, prudent financial planning, since our financial folks are in here, is that we could add that on to our 2024 program. It certainly wouldn't depreciate, like, it's not going to deteriorate enough in a year. It's already 20 years old. It can certainly last a year. That project could be added to the tender for 2024 and run that again, you know, and we are going to be coming back with revised numbers there, make no mistake there, in budget 2024. So that certainly could be extracted out of that contract and then added into either that in the following year or beyond.
Okay, with all of the paving that we're doing this year, we have taken a big chunk of restricted surplus funds to do with this. I'm kind of in favor of just doing the River Road and that's it. So if it's not gonna deteriorate the road that much and they need to be brought up to the standard before it paved, I don't think one more year is gonna hurt, and we can maybe put some of this money back into our restricted surplus.
Mr. Hanson, please.
The only other comment I'd make about Leslieville East Road is that during the process of actually why Leslieville East Road got on the base pay program was the application for the municipal stimulus grant that we were successful in getting to actually, as described as a base pay project. So the grant covered all of the cost of reconstructing the road. So the $1.7 million it was to reconstruct the road was paid completely by the province through the municipal stimulus grant, COVID money, back previous council. But the application was actually created as a base pay project, and that's how it was sold. That's how it got expedited through the process. I'm not saying that has to be the deciding factor. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that actually it was reconstructed under a grant funding under the premise of a base pave. So I guess it would be, you know, I guess in the communication, would it be that this road would be stay indefinitely, or would it be tendered again? We just want to be consistent. I'm not sure there was any other grant commitment with that, Murray, if you can recall. I believe it was all just, we created the business plan for that road as this is the future of this road and this is why it's important, and that's why we got the grant funding.
And Murray may have a comment, but I know Mr. Emmons perhaps has a comment as well too, so I would leave it to either one and then certainly a supplementary from Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Actually, when Councillor Graham was bringing up her points for Leslieville East, it did remind me of past conversations that Clearwater County had with Wild Rose School Division. And prior to the construction of that new school, Wild Rose School Division identified the Leslieville East as a main route for their school buses and a safety concern. And it was at that time that Clearwater County identified this as one of our paving priorities, which weighed into Wild Rose School Division's planning process with the construction of that school. So it truly indeed was a safety concern identified by Wild Rose as well. And I just want to remind council of those past conversations.
Thanks, and I might also fling something else into the conversation. We do know that likely there will be work done around twinning Highway 11. Those two schools follow a path of using Highway 11. That will be, you know, through the construction phase, there will be a certain element of time taken to bypass or whatever. So I think the route from Condor or Charlotte Small School to David Thompson may very well intersect part of what we're considering paving between Leslieville and Withrow, and I think that will certainly have a safety impact and really a convenience factor for everybody accessing those paths between those two schools over the next number of years throughout that construction process. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, that throws some different light on it if there's a time restriction on when that should be paved. If we've already got grants for it and said we were gonna do it, then we should get it done. So I guess I would be in favor of option 2.
Yeah, and I want to be completely clear. I don't know if there's, because the grant was received, the grant application was made, it was a business case that was presented as such. Absolutely fair to say that if we don't pave it at all, we didn't follow through with the business plan, that, you know, that's not fair. And then the communication to the community would be as such. I don't know that there'd be, I don't believe there is an obligation that, you know, if of course, if the prices came in as they have, higher than budget, that does give council the ability to say, no, we're not doing it at this time. I just don't want to be, I don't want to see my comments being construed as that this is why you have to do it. It's just that it was a commitment through a business plan that was created for the project.
I might have, before I go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff, I might have a question around relating option 1 or option 2. With option 1, it states there the balance of restricted surplus is 3.1 at the end of 2023. That's it. That is if we allocated the necessary funds for those projects.
We'd have to reduce that by the $500,000 that we need to cover off the extra expense.
So the 3.1 would be reduced by $500,000. And then on option 2, if we eliminated the Bunch Road paving, that would reduce that
the burden.
By 338. So we'd still be slightly over the budget, but be able to be closer and less of a drawdown. Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
It looked like Mr.
sorry.
Hagan may be answering my question. I was gonna look for if you had any clarification on the granting process rather than just the overall plan being part of the grant.
Mr. Hagan, please, and my apologies for missing the glow in your area.
No worries, thank you, Reeve. I concur with Mr. Hansen's assessment that it was part of the plan that was submitted, the application. I think the most significant reason that we were awarded that grant was the fact that we were ready to go on that project. The engineering had been done, preliminary work had been done, it was ready for the work that we were granted. I don't believe it was a condition of the grant that we complete paving on it. I think it was part of the plan. I think it's probably more important in terms of the communication to the community, as Mr. Hansen's identified there. So I don't think we're offside at all in terms of the grant. I believe we've met the grant requirements already with the construction that was already achieved, but that construction was in anticipation of carrying on with the next step. So I think it's more about expectations than it is grant conditions.
Thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. You answered part of my question. Thank you. When are we expecting construction to actually start on the Highway 11 twinning in that area?
The Highway 11 twinning?
Yes.
No dates have been provided for any of the construction. They're still knees deep in their planning study, I believe.
So it would be a year or more before that construction started to impede our school buses moving around?
Yeah, I'm not sure what their schedule is, Brad. Like I said, I think it's taken much longer than they anticipated, so any schedule that they did publish before has been thrown out.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, no, it's just the conversation with the dust and the school buses and stuff like that. It just goes to show the importance of the dust suppression policy, actually. And would there be an opportunity to be able to apply calcium chloride, or something like that, to reduce dust for school bus traffic? If it didn't get paved?
That opportunity is extended to anybody that lives on a gravel road. It would be the same opportunity that presented to people along Leslieville East as they would be on any other road in any other division. It's a subsidized program by the county that would be offered and to the same terms.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was about a year ago, there were some amendments made to that dust suppression policy. About a year ago.
I don't believe in regards to the commitment to how it would be applied. I think it was in regards to the product type, but it was still a subsidized service that was still very much so I believe the MG30 was that 60%? Clearwater County 30% ratepayer, whereas the SB90 was being phased out, which I believe that was going to be revisited again. So yeah, there was a revision of that policy, but it still is an opportunity there, and that's why we got to, I want to be very clear that, if it was to stay as a gravel road, that it's going to be treated like every other gravel road.
I guess my thoughts were if there was additional school bus traffic there, because there would be probably a congestion of school buses going down that road. So as a preventative measure and maybe just a good gesture or something like that, I thought that it just goes to really show the importance of the dust suppression policy for the safety of buses. I know I did state that earlier, about a year ago, just for school bus stops at the end of people's driveways and stuff like that. But yes, that policy was amended to I think it was 60-40 or something like that, but the calcium chloride was reduced to 50-50 and the SB90 was removed. So
we certainly can appreciate the volume of traffic. We just put $9 million into the Leslieville Lagoon, which is going to facilitate external haulers as well. So you're going to have additional traffic associated with the lagoon as well. The school, there was a lot of great discussion, a lot of previous discussion to, prior to the tender award day about why that road was going to be paved. I really, this comes down to the decision of that it was going to be paved was made at budget, with some great discussion we've had. We're slightly over budget on this project, but it's great conversation, but it's really getting far back into the weeds there of some fundamentally why are we paving roads discussion when we're talking about a small percentage over.
I think I saw Councillor Swanson's light first, and then I know we're wanting to dive into this one pretty deep. So let's keep the process moving, I guess.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I'm
please.
looking at the time for the other delegation. So I'm gonna make the motion so we can focus our discussion. So I'll make a motion that we adopt option 2, which is to award both tenders, but remove the Bunch Road from the 2023 local roads project. And that could be deferred to the 2024 budget when we do that application, or that budget planning process.
Thank you for that motion. Discussion relating to that motion. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
I think it shows the importance of good debate. I came into this today to cancel the Leslieville pavement. I did, absolutely, that was I was gonna be voting against doing that. But we've had very good, wholesome discussions, which is why we sit here. We've talked about school bus safety, we've talked about Highway 11 and how this will be a road utilized by our residents when the Highway 11 twinning hopefully happens. I will be in favor of that motion for that reason, even though I came in to postpone a project and you guys have made it so that I do no longer feel that way. So, thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Milhoff. I'll share that I came in recognizing how important industry is as far as our assessment base and how industry is supported by those projects we do. So that's why I was supportive of paving that Bunch Road as well. But I understand the building consensus within council. I see this as a great discussion that we've had around our priorities, and I appreciate the motion going forward and your comments as well. I think I saw Councillor Cermak next.
Thank you. I just want to get the numbers straight in my mind. If we go with project option 2, which I'm in favor of, with the reduction and everything else that you've been talking about, we would be about 200 and some thousand over our bid on those 2 projects is all. Is that right?
Yeah, we'd be about $200,000 above budget.
Okay.
With those 2 projects combined.
I think with the safety issue that we're looking at for the school buses and stuff on the Leslieville Road, I think that's pretty cheap for the safety of our kids that are gonna be growing up in our community and taking on this community as their home. So I say, let's go with option 2.
Okay, and I'm trying to think of who's next. I'm gonna go all the way to my far right to Councillor Graham and then work my way back.
I was just gonna say I would agree with, I wanted to see the Bunch Road get done, but I would support option 2 and postpone the Bunch Road until next year. I would be supportive of that as well.
Thank you. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking back at some of the notes I've made, you didn't use the word fire sale. Well, you did use the word fire sale, but you said you're not using the word fire sale.
Sorry,
For the Bunch Road, you're saying that we got it as a very good deal. Would you anticipate that same deal for 2024 or similar? I know you don't have a crystal ball, just like I don't have a crystal ball. But if we got it as, what, $338,000 for that stretch of road, do you anticipate we would get it at a decent price next year as well?
So the best I can offer up is that tonnage that's required this year will be higher than the amount required for next year. So this is likely the best price you'll get unless your fuel price comes down next year to balance that out. Because if you look at the size of the base pave project on Leslieville East, and that's how a contractor is going to bid a project, is through the amount of tonnage that they have to move, and so that they can compress their price, spread it over a larger amount of material. When we do Leslieville next year, it's not going to be the amount of tonnage that we would have this year. So chances are it'll likely be more next year.
So they've been able to give us a decent deal because of the tonnage of the projects that they're bidding on.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think that we budgeted at $350,000. It's actually, give me 2 seconds. Bunch Road, yeah, we'd estimated at 253. We're reflecting as 238. If I were to apply the same logic to where, if it was combined with a smaller project, I'd probably add another 7% on that when I bring it back to you in 2024.
Thank you.
And Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, just a couple things. So if we go with option 2, the budget adjustment that would be required is for $176,959. additional coming from restricted surplus and an increase to the capital projects by that amount. And also just a reminder that that does include contingency that we don't often see being utilized in its full amount, so.
And I'll go back to Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Sorry, thank you. And you were talking about contingency that was not often used, and you're saying that contingency was 5%, if I wrote it down accurately. So then that could be reflected potentially if it's not needed as a budget reallocation later. Cool, thank you.
Ms. Sirhan, please.
Yeah, what typically happens when a project comes in under budget is that the reserve transfer, the restricted surplus transfer would just equal the amount that's actually spent. So that remaining funds that isn't utilized would, in this case, stay in the paved road restricted surplus.
So would it be fair to say that one of the reasons we have a fairly sizable restricted surplus for paving projects is because some of our previous projects have come in under budget? Correct. And then have created that surplus, and from time to time we have budget or projects that come in slightly over budget. So that's why we remain with a restricted surplus relating to paving. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This probably isn't a fair question that you came prepared to answer, but what would it cost to do that road with SB 90 in comparison?
Which one? Sorry.
Leslieville East.
I'd highly recommend the cost to do a project like that versus for the traffic volume, the maintenance would be astronomical. There's a reason why we pave our structures to what they are to handle loads in this county. It really hamstrings the ability and use of a road. You know, spring breakup, for example, we would have to ban that road at probably 50% in order to try to keep that SB 90 alive. I would strongly recommend that we wouldn't do a surface like that on that road because it's a collector road. You know, SB 90 works great for small portions, 150 meters in front of residents. You know, we fight with them enough, but long stretches of that type of product there, the maintenance costs are prohibitive.
Right, thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Any further questions relating to that motion? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just the appetite for adding the Bunch Road back in based on the tonnage that has been expressed to show that we've gotten such a great deal on the Bunch Road. I don't want us to miss an opportunity. That'd be option one.
Shifting to option one.
Shifting to option one.
Okay, we do have a motion for option two. I guess in building consensus, is there an appetite within council to further dialogue or debate out the value of option one, or more specifically paving that $338,000 chunk of Bunch Road, I guess, is really what could be. So I just, Councillor Graham.
I already said my opinion, but I would be supportive of that. I'll just say it again.
So, sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
I would be supportive of adding the Bunch Road personally, just to say it again.
And I guess if it was somebody chiming in, I'm certainly, as I've said multiple times here before, I'm supportive of continuing with our asset management plan, unadjusted by some of those small changes we get in additional costs relating to fuel and those things. I think that's inevitable. We have that, and we have a way to deal with it. That's that restricted surplus that's there. But that's my comments. Anybody else want to comment in on an amendment or a change of options? Again, because it is Councillor Swanson's motion, I'll leave the ball in her court for a minute.
Yes, when you crunch the numbers that way, and as expressed by Mr. Hansen, that we rarely use contingency for the projects, it would more than make up for the overage into taking out of our restricted surplus, or restricted paving fund. My only question is, I understand that the business is somewhat relocating, and so for me, it's in that light, I want the best for that business to continue here too, so maybe that, by paving it, it would allow that. But what, I'm gonna leave my motion stand, but if there's, if someone was to, I'm gonna leave my motion stand.
Okay. All right, anyone willing to make an amendment, or we move forward into a decision related to the motion before us? Not seeing any amendments, so then I will call the question on the motion before us, which is essentially option number 2. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for a very fruitful discussion. So, Councillor Swanson?
Just for a point of clarity, do we need to make separate motions in regards to the financial allocation?
We just need
Yes,
to
sir.
include that number, the 176,959 being reallocated from the paving restricted surplus to the capital projects for paving within public works infrastructure.
Supplementary, do we need to, that we award the projects to the specific?
I'll point to Director Hansen.
Mr. Hansen, what do we need? What do you need to get from council here?
Well, over time, I've learned that, you know, I would be happy with just running out the door with that, but it's, I get slapped after the fact. So, I really, a motion that supports the, you know, I have 4 motions
Yes.
identified, but I believe Mr. Rand's already done the math for us.
Okay.
So if we could actually just mimic those motions with the revised numbers, it would better suit the application. So I'd like to have a motion about the 2023 local roads, Grandeur Base Course, that we award it with deleting the Bunch Road from that project. So that's the only addition that needs to come with number 1, and then it would be the revised budget for, do you need 2 motions for the dollars, or?
Okay. So would anybody be willing to make that? Councillor Swanson, please.
So I'll make that motion that we award the 2023 local roads, Grandeur Base Course, asphalt concrete base pavement and other work, and deleting the Bunch Road project to Central City Asphalt Limited.
Okay. Clarity on that, or any questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Potential motion number 2. Anybody willing to make that one as described by our financial team? Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Just a point of clarification, you changed, Ms. Sarhan, you said it was 176,959 for that, for the motion number 2?
That's combined, that's with leaving the Bunch Road out and moving forward with the Leslieville East and the River Road projects.
So the motion would read that council approves the revised budget of $4,937,246.46 for the 2023 local roads. Yes?
Yes.
Granular base course asphalt concrete pavement and other work project with the additional of $176,959 to be funded through paving restricted surplus.
Mr. Hansen?
Yeah, you have to reduce the revised budget by that.
Yeah.
By that amount.
Oh, the 4,937
Yeah.
is including the Bunch Road?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think
it's 338 off that then, is it not? So about 4.6. Would that be accurate or close to being accurate?
Yes.
Okay, any additional clarity on what the motion is?
Just revising, do I have to state?
I'll get the numbers to Ms. McLean.
And that'll be captured in the minutes as we adopt them next go around. So in that case, seeing no additional questions, I call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Motion 3. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Motion that council awards the River Road, Range Road 7-3 Alpha Granular Base Course Asphalt Concrete Pavement and Other Work Project to Central City Asphalt LT.
Okay. Any clarity or questions on that motion? Seeing no questions, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried as well. And was there not a fourth one? Or am I, yes, fourth. Anybody willing to, Councillor Swanson, I think, was first.
Council approves the revised budget of $3,510,713 for the River Road project, granular base course, asphalt concrete pavement, and other work project with the additional $256,713 to be funded through the paving restricted surplus.
Okay.
And again, I'll get the exact numbers to Ms. McLean, and we'll have them reflected in the minutes.
Thank you. Any additional clarity or questions on this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I would look to Ms. McLean, and are we, is our delegation in the wings and ready? Maybe let's take a 5-minute break here and then be back promptly at 2:20, please. Welcome back, everyone, after a short break. As we move through our agenda for the day, we're at the stage of 6.2. We have a delegation from Pathfinder Clean Energy, and I'd welcome Mr. Claude Mindorf to join us today, and he's going to outline a presentation around what his company is doing in the local area here. And maybe just for the benefit of everybody here, we'll have a round of introductions with starting with Councillor Graham, please.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Good afternoon, Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3, which is East Central, and I'm also Reeve. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hi, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Welcome, Rick Emmons, CEO. Jerry Pratt, Economic Development Officer.
So just for clarity, Caroline is in Division 5?
I think it actually, yeah.
But it's surrounded by?
It's surrounded by, I think, a couple of our Division 5 and 6. Okay. Our two counts. 4 and 6, yes, sorry. 4 and 6.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for giving up of your time. I know onto an agenda is sometimes a difficult task. I won't occupy too much of your time today. Part of the relevancy to this is the fact that Caroline's potential de-amalgamation is sort of staring us in the face. So as a precursor to that, rather than waiting till something like that negatively impacts the community, and we're forced to work with a different development group than the dev committee that exists for Caroline, which are councillors from Caroline, we thought it prudent to speak to the county. Aside from the fact that the county is a legitimate stakeholder in this process, we're abutting a county road. There's county services involved, particularly fire protection. There's a number of interplays that go on between a solar developer and the overall regional municipality. So this presentation is partly for information for council members, part of our role as a responsible developer in Alberta and someone who's promoted renewable energy for the last 30 years is education. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. So just if you feel there's a question that's relevant to the slide, by all means interject it, raise your hand, or otherwise let me know who you want to field the question, or we can wait till the end and we can do all the questions at the very end. So we'll try the technology and see if it works. There you go, look at that. So Pace Canada is a solar developer that is also focused on battery energy storage, non-lithium battery energy storage, and eventually green hydrogen production. And we see the growth of renewable energy in Alberta as a plus for Alberta. It's going to attract industries here, non-traditional industries. It's going to support our economy, oil and gas economy, our agricultural economy, and it's going to supply renewable energy vis-a-vis electricity as the economy in general electrifies. We're a partnership between two well-known developers in the UK, Pathfinder Clean Energy, that's where the name PACE comes from, Pathfinder Clean Energy, and Goldbeck Solar. Goldbeck Solar is probably Germany's largest engineering procurement and construction contractor, is also one of Germany's largest builders, and those two companies are funding Pace Canada in its efforts. And so this is an effort that is driven by foreign investment. The locations of our projects you can see on the picture there, but essentially we're focused on Central East Alberta. Caroline is our furthest west project, but we are also beginning projects throughout the middle belt of Alberta, from Provost all the way over to Caroline. We hope to have some 284 megawatts of small projects, some of those municipal projects, in development by the end of this year, and we're starting our first 4 transmission-based projects. Now, those transmission-based projects are specifically focused on developing power to make something else, whether it's methanol or hydrogen or other clean fuels. And so those larger projects have a purpose, a larger investment that will be with them. On the smaller projects, we also look to bring to our communities other industries. And so we're talking to cloud service providers who are large energy consumers. We're talking to vertical farming operations, and we try to look at different ways to attract industry that are heavy consumers of electricity because we can supply them electricity at sub-grid rates. And so that's who we are. We're not just about solar. Our focus is on building relationships, both first with the landowners, then with the communities, and part of that would be municipal government. Our modus operandi is to get to municipal government as soon as we have something to talk about and to provide information to that council. That's the purpose of this presentation. So that if any of your constituents come to you, you have the information that's out there, or you have the source of that information, whether it's telling them where our webpage is, or simply giving them Rhonda's or my phone number, or if they really don't want to talk to us directly, they can contact the AUC and ask them questions about our projects. Our projects are currently, the majority are focused on the distribution grid. That's the grid that services most of these communities, 25 kV, in this particular area operated by Rocky Mountain Co-op and Fortis. In this particular case, we're connecting to the Fortis grid. The most important thing to us is, in the start of a project, is can we get the energy to market? So we look at the grid. In this particular case, we hired both Fortis and ATCO under separate agreements, not ATCO, Altalink, under separate agreements to look at the high voltage grid, which is in Sundre, just north of Sundre, as well as the actual connection in the town itself. Once we've determined that there is capacity, we then go and look for land. Now, the land selection in Carolyn was very organic. John Rimmer, the mayor at the time, invited us to come to the community. He saw us doing a presentation in town for a gas cogen with a previous company that I was working with, which subsequent to this has actually been built in Clearwater, and asked us whether or not we were interested in doing a solar project. And so we said yes. We then looked at the available land inventory, stuff that was owned by the town, stuff that was owned by other people, and landed on the site that we're on. So the site that we selected was not the first site. It was 5 different parcels that we looked at in the community before we selected this one based on a constraint analysis of things like natural values, access to the grid, proximity to populations, natural values, wetlands, what's growing on the site. So that selection of lands was then sent to Alberta Environment and Parks, or protected areas as they're known now, and they wrote back and said, essentially this is a great site. It's a low natural values, it's under cultivation currently, there's no, from our biologist report, there's no rare and endangered species, and as a result, we then proceeded to sign a lease option with the landowners, who then became our partners. From that, we went forth with a number of meetings to the municipal council. We had done 3 presentations to municipal council as we started doing our studies over the last 3 years. Why are we here? Well, this slide here basically shows you the solar irradiance in Alberta, and you can see that central Alberta, as well as central South Saskatchewan and South Alberta, are great hotspots, as it were, from the map. And the irradiance changes from, say, Medicine Hat to Caroline by about 15%. So it's not a great amount of energy loss, but it is significant. So the Caroline project details, this is the land. It's 79.5 acres of privately owned land that has been farmed by the same family for the last 3 generations. We are proposing to build 16.1 megawatts of power on this site. And it's going to be connected, as I said, to the 25 kV connection. It is now going through the Alberta Electric System Operator connection process with Fortis. And our first kickoff meeting is actually this Thursday. This is what the layout looks like initially. The big swath down the middle is the Trans-Canada high-pressure gas pipeline. The pipeline is actually not that big, but we're required to maintain a 30-meter setback from either side of it. The other chunks that you'll see in the northeast and the the northeast, the northwest, and the southwest are wetlands that exist on the site, and we have obligations to stay back from those by the AEP. And so that's what the design will look like. It is a fixed ground mount system, which means it doesn't move. It faces slightly off due south by about 5 degrees. That's to maximize the energy. And the lines that represent there are basically the collector lines and the solar array. We always like to talk about the benefits that we bring to the community. There will be 60 to 100 temporary construction jobs. Our operation, our entire operation of our 10 sites will occupy 2 full-time operators who will move around from the project. There will be other intensive employment opportunities, not only in construction. At year 15, there's some retrofits. But the thing you need to remember is that for every dollar that we spend in the community has a 2 times multiplier. This project is 1.5 million to times 16 megawatts. So you're looking at roughly $24 million of investment in this community. The environmental value, very significant with renewable energy. We don't produce any carbon. We actually cause the reduction of carbon on the electricity grid. And as a result, we're allowed to generate what's called carbon credits, which the biggest purchaser of carbon credits with us are oil and gas, who use them to offset their carbon production from oil and gas, which they're obligated to reduce. And they reduce it by buying offsets from non-polluting activities such as solar. We also support both native grass species and flowering species and pollinators. The landowning family actually has hives of their own, which they're happy to stick inside the 6-foot-high security fence because the bears play havoc with their hives. They are going to continue to farm this site. The main activity that will go on with this site will be agricultural. They have actually selected a grass species that they've been experimenting with that they will plant the site with this spring with a cover crop of grain, which will be harvested probably before we start production. And then they will continue to do 2 activities on that site. They will harvest the fodder by baling, and they will also graze a herd of sheep, which their daughter owns already and currently grazes on other lands that they rent. So the land will stay in agricultural production while it passively produces solar generated electricity. As you can see, we protect wetlands. Wherever there are wetlands, we seek to enhance them over time. We have biologists that visit the sites and write reports for us on the health of the site, which we are then obligated to file with AEP over the first 3 years. We will continue to do that. We will be employing an agronomist, probably from Olds College, to develop what's called a farm plan for this, which will look at various activities that can go on, including the rotation of crops from fodder to something else. And last but not least, it's particularly evident on a cloudy day like today, on a cold day when you drive by a gas or a coal plant and you can see the plumes of moisture going into the air. Other forms of generation consume huge amounts of water. Solar and wind do not. And that's one of the environmental values. The next slide you'll see is a typical timeline from left to right of the activities that we undertake during the development process. We're probably slightly less than halfway through. We've identified the lands, we've completed the initial design, we've started the public involvement process. We've had a number of open houses, we've had webinars. We have a web page for Caroline Solar, which literally, if you type in carolinesolar.org, up will pop up a web page that's specific to this project with all of the current information. We've conducted glare studies, which looks at the sun hitting the panels and creating a nuisance of reflected light. Noise studies, which we're obligated to do by the AUC, that indicates that against the background noise, we're not going to produce significant noise. And we've completed the environmental studies as required by AEP. We're in the process of completing the crossing agreements with TransCanada, and we've actually contracted with, I think it's Rocky Gas Co-op, to actually relocate a municipal distribution line out of the middle of the site and take it around the solar array, which they're going to do this winter. Ahead of us is the rest of the permitting. That would involve the municipality, unless of course it involves the county development process. By the time we get there, which should be midsummer, we'll make an AUC application for a permanent license to operate this generating facility once all the studies are complete. That will probably take place in the summer. Once we have AUC approval, we'll go into final engineering design, procurement. We will then start construction and operations and maintenance. Our parent company, Goldbeck, actually, when they came to Canada, bought one of the largest EPCs, engineering, procurement, construction, solar companies called GP Joule, who are actually building our Joffrey and Youngstown facilities right now. So we have construction forces, we have procurement already lined up for this site once it's approved. Is that the cart before the horse? Not really. If you've been paying attention to any of the supply side issues, we have to procure stuff a year in advance of us needing it on the construction site because of the fact that if we waited, we would be a year delayed. And prices continue to move around based on those long-term procurement items. So the green is things that are completed, the gray is in progress, and the blue is yet to be done. That timeline for a municipal project is typically between 1 and 2 years from one side to the other. But it varies depending on the amount of public involvement, the amount of concerns at the AUC, conditions that the municipality may want. But if everything goes according to Murphy and not Hoyle, then we should be completed this within 2 years of our start of the studies. You should note that the municipality gave us a letter of support, which is typically something we like to have early in the process. So council has approved that municipal support from a council side of doing this project. One would think they would do that since they invited us to the community initially. So continuous ongoing stakeholder engagement involves further presentations to council. We've put out information packages by mail to residences within 800 meters. That was done by Canada Post. It's a service that they offer. We've done a press release. We've published articles. We've had radio interviews. We've done newspaper articles. We've had a virtual presentation that had 87 people. We had more people at our virtual presentation than we did at our public open house, which was in early January. We've had our public involvement coordinator, Rhonda Barron, going house to house within 400 meters, knocking on doors, particularly those members of the community that are adjacent to the site. As you know, there's a residential area directly to the south of the site. As I said, we have a web page which also has a survey attached to it. We continue to do in-person consultations. We did a seniors presentation. We did a presentation to a local oil and gas group called West 2 weeks ago, which was attended by mostly oil and gas players. So that's you can see that our ongoing stakeholder consultation is quite involved. We don't just do an open house, put a bunch of poster boards. I believe that Brian was at our open house. Was that your wife that you were with? Yeah. Good thing it wasn't your girlfriend. True. At any rate, we took a different tact with that. A lot of the open houses we do, particularly if we're doing more than one, will be that poster board and we'll have staff on hand to answer questions. We took the approach because some of the social media chatter that was going on when the project started to get talked about more in the community was definitely negative. And so we took the role of actually having a seminar approach. So we stood up at the front of the room and we let everybody sound off, whether it was relevant or not. It's a kind of a dangerous way to do it because it can get out of control. But I've never lost control of a meeting for more than a minute or so. But that's maybe because I weigh 300 pounds. The results of this were mirrored by some of the public consultation. The biggest issues are view shed, the potential for declining property values, the noise that it's going to make, the electromagnetic impact, glint, glare, public safety, the environmental impact in general from generating electricity and pipelines on the property, particularly some commentary that there was a sour gas pipeline on the property that might have some disastrous effect. The study results were that viewshed modeling will handle most of the viewpact intake. We are engaging with a professional landscaping firm to develop a tree screening strategy for the corner and for the alleyway to further buffer the people that are there. There is no negative impacts from environmental that AEP is listed. We have environmental mandates that we have to deal with. There is no EMF impact. In fact, the EMF impact that's the greatest is the 25 kV line that's been in existence that powers the houses in the neighborhood, that runs behind all the residences. It's been there for years. We've conducted consultations with ATCO, Altalink, and Fortis on their research into EMF and the impact on the general population. We generate at 480 volts, which is way less than 25,000 volts that is running through everybody's neighborhood on the street. And we are a further distance from anyone. The only EMF that we generate is from our inverter transformers, which are in the center of the array, well away from anyone. And there is no known health impact from those. As I said, we're relocating the Rocky Mountain pipeline. The landowner had actually approached Rocky Mountain about removing that pipeline from their property, which has been there since they ran the gas lines in the community. And they agreed to do it, and we are paying for it. And from what we've been able to determine, there was actually a real estate agent at the back of the room in our session, and her comment was, even if I had lots, I don't think I could sell them. And so people who are looking at this area as a urban development area to extend, there is no appetite in the community to extend this into housing or any other kind of commercial development. You yourselves have an industrial subdivision on the other side of town that's got 2 tenants in it. So the highest and best use of this particular piece of property is to leave it in agricultural with an accessory use of solar generation, which is very passive. Comments about houses being devalued, the research that we have on our website, which is peer-reviewed information, which means it wasn't done by a solar developer, it was done by an NGO or an interest group that wanted to study the impacts. Most of that information is from the US because they've been at this a lot longer than we have, and it's either neutral or 1 or 2 percentage points impact at the early stages when the solar farm is first built, and then people just get used to it. That's the results of the real estate. So there's a lot of things that people will bring up as in opposition to a solar development. Most of them are not based in fact or empirical evidence. That's what that slide was meant to demonstrate. Viewshed, this is one of the ways that our sister company in the UK does it. They obviously can have cedar hedges. We don't have the rainfall for that. So we're primarily looking at native species, coniferous trees that are mature 10 to 12 foot high to start with, and creating a greenscape around our project. In fact, we had proposed that in the very corner at the intersection from the highway to the alleyway was to create a larger green space with a picnic table that people can, if they want to come by and look at a solar farm, there are people that actually do that. There's a place to pull off the road and just look at some educational boards, and essentially building a small park-like setting on that corner. The glare studies, basically, the report concludes there's no hazardous or negative glare impacts. If you've been to this area, you'll know there's a very well-developed row of poplar trees that runs along the alleyways, and most of the glare impacts would be similar to any kind of reflection off a pop bottle or a can in the alleyway. It's not going to be significant. On the noise impacts, we're obligated to maintain 40 decibels at the property line. So what is 40 decibels? 40 decibels is your refrigerator compressor. So if your refrigerator backs onto your bedroom wall and kicks on in the night, you probably notice it. But from 20 meters away, which would be the minimum setting to the property line, you are not going to hear anything because, again, the source of the noise is in the inverter transformers, which are in the middle of the park. And that's exactly what the noise study says. Green Cat Renewables, which is an engineering firm out of Calgary that does these noise studies for the industry, basically completed the study. And noise mitigation, sometimes there's things we can do. We can build walls around the transformers. We can plant trees to screen the noise, creating softer surfaces. None of that was required. We're well within the noise standards even before we hit the property line. From an environmental point of view, the AEP Wildlife supports the siting and development of solar projects within urban limits because they limit the impact to wildlife and wildlife habitat and have reduced requirements for transmission infrastructure and reduced the pressure of development on locations with higher quality wildlife habitat values. So one of the questions is, why don't you build it somewhere else? And we're building it here because we did that constraint analysis, which narrowed all the different impacts on the 5 different sites that we looked at around the community. Why are we in the community? We're there because of distribution system capacity. We're using the capacity that has been built and paid for by the ratepayers of Alberta, so we don't actually have to build more transmission and distribution, which what the AEP is saying is that further, it's not just the solar farm or the wind farm, it's the distribution and transmission lines that you have to build to connect those that actually is the cumulative effects. So here's some interesting, these are for information only. We often get asked, okay, there's this myth that wind and solar produces more greenhouse gases in its manufacture, and you never actually recoup the energy that it takes to make the system. That's one of the big red herrings out there. I've seen it for 30 years. It is not founded in science. You can see from the graph here, that's the cradle to grave. So making the materials, shipping it to the site, building it, decommissioning it, recycling it. And you can see where solar lies in comparison to some of the other more dominant forms of generation we have in the province. This isn't about us pointing fingers. Somebody asked this question, and here's the answer from the International Energy Agency. So you can see that there's a relatively benign overall impact. And I'll tell you this fact, because I know it because I started in the wind business. In the first 2 months of a utility wind turbine generating, it makes more energy than it took to make all of the component parts in it. So those 2 myths you can just pass by. This is the site we're talking about, and that yellow line shows, you can see the faint green line that kind of runs like a hockey stick on the eastern side of the project. That's the way the gas line runs right now, and then it goes into the wetland and then crosses the county road to the right. What we're doing is we're staying inside the property and cutting the line, putting that L-shaped piece in there so that we don't have to have a setback and lose valuable ground to respect a 2-inch utility line. Impact on property values. We have a literature review that we've conducted. We have industry-led studies. We've researched this. We've talked to real estate agents. We've actually talked to the communities, the 2 communities that have urban projects on their boundaries. Brooks has 2, and Innisfail has 1. And at this point in time, they're so new that there is no negative impact on real estate values for acreages in the area. But, you know, we'll continue to stay on top of this. The current research out of the United States and Europe is that there's either no impact or it's so low, 1 to 2.5%, that it could be anything. It could be interest rates going from 2% to 7%, and that's why real estate is falling off. That's a 1 to 2%, if anybody knows anything about studies, that's a margin of error. So no clear, my property is going to devalue. And that's it, folks. Any questions, comments?
I'll start with Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So this is a 16.1 megawatt solar generation facility. Brooks is 18.5. That one's completed, yes?
No,
or
Brooks is behind Caroline.
Oh, there is one down there.
But not by our company.
Not by your company.
Elemental built, the same people that built in Innisfail, built in Brooks. And they built 2 different projects. One is ground mount, one is single axis tracking. And they built them both in the county, right adjacent to the Brooks. It's called Brooks Solar, but it's actually in the county of Newell.
Okay.
Both of them are.
How much energy is actually being put into the grid by these projects? Because you can go and watch the grid in real time, and I've never once seen solar have a number associated with any other than 0.
Well, because solar at this point in time only produces 4% of our electricity in Alberta. So compared to natural gas or wind even, or even hydro, it's minuscule. But the ASO has 10,000 megawatts of solar projects proposed for the grid. Now, even a fraction of those get built. So between hydro, wind, and solar, we currently produce 23% of the electricity, almost a quarter of the electricity that Alberta uses. That puts Alberta way up in the Canadian ranks. If you're looking at all forms as opposed to just hydro. BC Hydro, for example, 90% of their energy is hydro. Ontario, it's 50%. Quebec, it's 65%. Manitoba, it's almost 100%. But in Alberta, we're getting 25% from new renewables that are being built. So this project so we have the numbers from Fortis because we did the study. So this project uses, the Village of Caroline uses roughly 2 megawatts year round. So 2 megawatt facility generating 87, 60 hours of the year would make the energy that Caroline uses. We're solar, so we only produce during the daylight hours, and we only produce 100% generally in the summer months because it's overcast or it's snowing or it's raining. But we still, in a year, produce almost twice the amount of energy that Caroline and the surrounding area uses. So the balance of our energy would go through that 25 kV system all the way up to Sundre, and then hit the Sundre substation and then be distributed through the rest of the area.
Follow-up?
Yes, and then I'm going to move to Councillor Green.
Thank you. So if solar with what is currently built on the Alberta landscape is only producing 4% of the required energy for use, how much more ag land will have to be taken up before it actually has a significant impact on the grid?
So it's a good question. Give you a little bit of fact. 80% of the electricity in Alberta is consumed by industry. So industry is already impacting lands.
Yeah.
We have coal mines. One of our projects is actually on the Westmoreland Sheerness coal mine site on the reclaimed portions. We are actually working with Westmoreland to build both wind and solar facilities on all of their closed mines, which their industry was basically killed. And so now they're looking at rejigging themselves. So they're now mining humalite, which is an organic farming additive. And we're going to build a facility for them to power that. We're also connecting the 13.1 megawatt facility for them. And then we've got a larger project that's designed to hopefully produce green hydrogen to ship across the road to the Sheerness generating facility so we can continue to generate electricity from natural gas in this province, albeit converted to hydrogen. In the case of what we will need to do, we will need to change everything that we do about solar, including paying attention to farming. Our company, my consulting company, West Partners, has been looking at a STEM-based application of farming called agrivoltaics, where we actually promote the growth of renewable energy in agriculture. And so we look at different ways that renewable energy can be used, whether it's powering electric vehicles that are used on the farm, producing small amounts of hydrogen to power the grain trucks, the combines, all of that is coming at us. And it's going to be here by 2050. So the sooner Alberta figures out how to do it. So all of the energy that we use, there's a really nice graph that I have in my other sort of Solar 101 that talks about agrivoltaics, which shows that when you partner with farming, which uses energy like this, with this being the summer, maximum consumption of all forms of energy are diesel, electricity, gasoline, natural gas, are 4% of the, so 80% is used in industry in Alberta, 4% of our overall energy in a year is used by agriculture. And that's going to go up significantly as we go forward. Agriculture is responsible for 27% of the world's greenhouse gases. And if we don't bring agriculture into net zero, along with all of our other industries, we will not hit those climate change targets. Currently, again, by the International Energy Agency, energy use in agriculture is going up like this. We're trying to reduce overall emissions. This is the Paris Accord targets. We're trying to do this. And almost freakishly, agriculture around the world is going up at exactly the same pace. So if we don't bring agriculture into line with showing them how to be more sustainable environmentally, then we will actually have a big problem. Because we're trying to feed 9.8 billion people in the next generation. And we don't have enough arable land, and we don't have enough food. And so we have partnered with a bunch of like-minded companies across Canada to demonstrate how we can increase production out of every square acre that we impact with solar. As a company, we will have a farm plan for each acreage. We are working with Lethbridge College on irrigated lands, and we are working with Olds College I have a meeting tomorrow with Olds College with the business reps on how we can explore creating a center for agrivoltaics expertise in Alberta for Western applications of renewable energy on. So some of this is, we can show a lot of farmers who are very entrepreneurial would like to make something more out of their grain instead of sticking it in a bin. And yet they're restricted in rural areas of Alberta because the grid's not very strong. So if they wanted to get 2 or 3 megawatts of power from the grid, they often can't get it without major reinforcements that they'd have to pay for. And so we're looking at different, this is why we're looking with heavy electricity consumers like vertical growers and data centers. You want to talk about autonomous vehicles? Nobody has comprehension of how much computing capability we need for the next generation for things like autonomous cars or autonomous tractors. It's just super huge amounts of electricity. So we're trying to find ways to marry agriculture with responsible energy generation and not take those lands out of production. So every one of our sites will have a farm plan. And I know a little bit about this because I farmed for 12 years in Alberta, and I irrigated, starting with flood irrigation and went to pivot irrigation. There are better ways to do it, and as a solar developer, we're trying to pioneer those technologies. So when we went to the Roper family, Bob Roper, who's a very progressive farmer, he was trialing different seeds. And so when we explained what the solar array was going to do, he picked out the seed. He came up with the plan. He's the one who has the herd of sheep. He's the one who's moving his hives. He looks at this and says, I'm going to get X number of dollars an acre on top of me continuing to farm the way that I farmed with a few modifications to the way that he does it, including the size of equipment that he uses between the rows. But he's going to be paid well enough that literally buy all that equipment in 1 year. That's pretty good farming.
And again, I'm looking to the clock on our agenda. I
Yeah,
know we have a lot today.
I would like to just summarize that up. It is a very big concern for us as a developer. We have a very positive plan towards it. The industry needs to catch up. Our solar developers need to catch up, or they're going to end up getting themselves in a pickle.
And 3 short questions and hopefully short answers as well, where time is really limited here today. So, Councillor Graham, please.
Question only requires a number for an answer, and it is similar to what Councillor or Deputy Reeve Lougheed just asked. You mentioned ASO is gonna, I don't know much about all of this.
No, that's okay. The Alberta Electric System Operator is the government-regulated agency that controls who connects.
And you mentioned they were gonna have a large number of solar power, a large amount of solar power.
Solar, wind, load, gas generation, they look at everything.
You threw a number out there. I don't remember what it was.
10,000 megawatts.
Okay, so
That's the last time I looked.
how many acres of land does that take?
Well, if it's wind, it's 2% of the land. If it's solar, it's our solar arrays take up less than 9 acres of a footprint from the columns. That's basically all you can't farm. So we're talking less than a pivot corner is lost to actual solar infrastructure. Looks a lot. But you gotta remember, all that's supported by a single post that's like a fence line.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then back to Councillor Northcott, please.
You said that the storage was non-lithium. Just wondering
Yes.
what technology.
It's a
you're
flow
going to
battery
use.
using iron and sodium. It's completely benign. It's a very low concentration. It's been pioneered in the US. It's been in commercial manufacturing for the last 15 years, and we're one of 2 companies that has the rights to it in Canada.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Northcott, please.
Thank you. Lots of questions, but I want to know about the carbon credits. How much is one carbon credit worth?
Depends on a willing buyer and a willing seller.
Absolutely. On average, what's so high?
An average would be about $18 a megawatt hour. I don't know what that means to you. Right now, every megawatt hour in Alberta produces a half a ton of carbon. That's the carbon intensity.
How many megawatts? So, okay, so $18 megawatt per hour, right?
Yep.
How many megawatts per hour is that facility in Caroline going to produce?
I think the figure up there was 26,000 and something.
26
tons of CO2 per year.
So so how, in value per day, what would that, for carbon credits, what would the value, like for your sale of
I'm
carbon
not sure
credits
the
per day?
relevancy of the question.
Well, for investment, I'm just trying to see what, for the investment, what would a project like that generate for revenue in a day?
Well, I'm not sure.
For carbon
Actually,
credits?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that amount. But you can find that out by going to the Business Renewable Center, BRC, just type that in, and they'll give you a whole, that's their responsibility. It's an offshoot of the Pembina Institute, and that's where most of the REC or GHG deals are done. And so they'll give you a benchmark for that, but I can't tell you what we're.
Okay, no, I was just curious. And
It's one of the forms of revenue that pays for the hardware, let's put it that way.
Okay.
But it's a very short window. It's only 5 years that you can produce credits out of potentially a 50-year project.
Great, thanks.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to limit the questions from where we're at right now. We've got a very full agenda today and we're only about halfway through it. I don't want to keep people here till midnight. So I do appreciate you coming and starting the discussion. Is there anything you'd like to close?
No,
with?
it's I've been at this for 30 years. If I don't have the answer, or a very good answer, I'll find it for people. It's also very emotional for the community in some ways. And so we're sensitive to that. But we have to, I think let the facts and figures. One of the main reasons we focus on doing urban projects is we think it's really relevant for people to have an understanding of where their power comes from. And right now, a lot of the power comes from coal plants, which are far flung from where anybody lives. So it's easy to ignore the impact. You can see my email address. Feel free to reach out to us and ask us questions if they weren't answered today. And I appreciate your time.
Well, thank you very much for coming. I really feel as a council, we'd like to dive more deeply into the subject for sure. And I hope you keep it open as an option to come and visit us again.
No, we're happy to do that. It's like I said, public education is what we live to do. So
well, thank
you very much.
Thank you again for being here today. Sorry, Councillor Graham, a comment or a
I was
question?
just gonna make a motion
There
that
you go.
council receives the Pace Canada LP update on the solar farm proposal within the village of Caroline for information as presented.
Thank you. Any debate? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Back to Councillor Swanson, please.
I have a question for administration. Are we registered as a county on the AUC site for this project?
Oh, okay. I think that takes us down our agenda to item number 9, Emergency Legislative Services. And we're joined by Ms. Haggart, our director from that department. And I believe she has an item to introduce to us, and that would be second and third readings of a noise bylaw, I believe.
Absolutely.
I'll turn it across to Ms. Haggart.
Thank you, Reeve. Good afternoon, Reeve and members of council. It wasn't very long ago, I was before this group with the first reading of the noise bylaw, which is bylaw 113723. Following that discussion, council gave first reading of the bylaw with a few slight amendments, which are in track changes in the draft that's attached in council's agenda package. I don't know how, because I know you're short on time in terms of your agenda. I don't know how, if you wanted me to go through the track changes or just have council ask questions, but
Sure,
I believe the track changes were made in line with the resolution.
Yeah, I think maybe unless council has something specific as a question they wanted to answer, just an overview. I think Councillor Ratcliffe has a specific question, so maybe if he could go ahead. Please.
Okay. In section 4, the permissible operations, is it clear enough that agricultural operations are identified there?
Sorry, I guess being exempt. So I could scroll to that for you. Section 4, so one more page. Yeah. Thank you, Alana. And thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. In terms of the wording, it's related to any land use bylaw or activity. So if it was agriculture, if it was, for instance, a gravel pit that's on land designated for that use and permitted, it would be any kind of use that's suitable within that land use bylaw description of that type of use for the property. So, I mean, you could explicitly say, i.e. agriculture, but I think it would be implied with the section based on the land use designation.
Okay, I just didn't want police cars showing up at 11 o'clock at night, shutting down farmers trying to get their grain off.
Yeah, and you bet, and we have had a noise bylaw in effect for many years. I think the other one was, if I'm not mistaken, more than 20 years old. Not a very often utilized tool for enforcement. It's more often utilized as an education tool between landowner to landowner. And, you know, in the case of agricultural operations, I would say that would be something that would be covered under the land use, but also our Code of the West that was developed, it talks about land uses and the types of noises and smells and sounds that you have on adjacent properties, and that those are reasonable within our community. So I would be hesitant to say there'd be an agricultural use that could be applicable to the noise bylaw, but again, it's more of an education tool than an enforcement tool, but you do need the enforcement tool there just in case there is something unreasonably noisy that needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So if I may, I'll go back up and scroll to SoCal. I think it works. Maybe I get a little closer to the. No, can you do it for me? The main changes come in section 3, which was that continuous and persistently occurring noise. It's not a one-time noise. Council also asked us to take out the word explosions for several reasons. Legislated at a different level than the municipal level to begin with. And also that burden of proof is tough from an explosion, could be heard from far away, and identifying where the noise maker or the individual making the noise is coming from might be a challenge as well. And Alana, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down just a little bit more, I believe there's a change on the next page as well. I just didn't have it in front of me. Oh, that's the extent of the changes. I believe it's just the removing the word explosion in 2 places and adding that continuous and persistent noise.
Any additional questions? Councillor Graham.
I do not have a question. I'd just like to make a motion that council grant second reading to noise bylaw 1137/23.
Thank you for that motion. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Looking for a motion for third reading then. Councillor Ratcliffe, any discussion on third reading? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for outlining the item, please. That brings us into item number, or agenda number 10, more specifically 10.1, and that is consideration of the readings of the 2022 borrowing bylaw. And I think we'll turn the floor to Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve, and that should actually say 2023 borrowing bylaw. This agenda item should appear fairly similar and familiar to council. I brought a previous bylaw last year. Municipal Government Act requires that a municipality pass a borrowing bylaw anytime it is looking to borrow money, and a line of credit and the provision of purchasing cards or corporate credit cards both represent instruments for borrowing for the county. So in accordance with the MGA, it does require a bylaw. The reason I'm bringing this to you annually is simply a requirement of the Alberta Treasury Branch. They've changed their documentation standards last year and are requiring municipalities to pass a borrowing bylaw every year. So this bylaw is consistent with the one that you passed last year. The totals are the same, simply just a revision to satisfy those documentation requirements of the bank.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Graham.
Not a question. I'd just like to make a motion that council grants first reading to the borrowing bylaw 1138/23.
Okay, thank you. Questions relating to that motion before us? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I understand that we manage our money so well, we've never actually used this.
Thank you for the compliment, and you're correct. In my time with Clearwater County, we've never had to use it, and I'm not aware of any other time we've had to. but it does provide an option if we're in a situation where we have higher than expected check runs going through with construction projects going on and so forth, that it's actually just to do a short-term borrowing on a line of credit as opposed to cashing in some longer-term investments before they're actually matured. So it's basically a financially responsible way of going about this, but no, I'm not aware that we've ever had to actually borrow on the line of credit.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
I support the motion on the floor. I just have a question regarding how we choose banks. It's just mentioned as ATB. Do we send out, it's an RFP process as well? Does that happen commonly? There's lots of banking options, so just curious how we choose that.
Mr. Hagan?
The county has been with Alberta Treasury branches for many years, and based on the thresholds required to issue RFPs or tenders or anything like that, the fees that we pay fall well below those standards. And we do comparison shop in terms of offerings that other banks could bring us. We do check out interest rates on investments with other financial institutions, that sort of thing, but we found no reason to move elsewhere. ATB has been quite competitive and quite customer oriented in terms of meeting our needs. So right now, we operationally have not seen a good business need to put out a request and explore other options at this time.
Thank you.
Any additional questions on the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Again, seeking a motion for second reading. Councillor Swanson, please. Okay. Any further questions? I call that motion then. All those in favor? And that's carried. And looking for a motion for permission for third reading. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, any discussion on that? Call that question. All those in favor? And looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Takes us to item 10.2. Again, this is, I believe it's a 2022 audit plan. And I'll go to Mr. Hagan again.
Thank you. And in this case, it is correct. It is the 22 audit plan. Be performed in 2023, but it is auditing our financial statements from 2022. So I've attached the audit plan in the form of a letter from Metrics Group, who are the county's auditors. And while I could have logically put this in correspondence, I felt it was important enough for council to consider this letter, as the auditors work for you. They don't work for administration, although administration facilitates the audit, works with the auditors, provides them the information that they need in order to accomplish their responsibilities on your behalf. So the letter is there. Hopefully you've had a chance to read it. I can answer any questions that you may have on it today, but essentially just wanted to make you aware of what the plan is for doing the 22 audit, and as well what council's options are if they wanted any extra work done by the auditors.
And would I be correct in saying this letter follows a process we've used in the past?
It does. It's consistent with each year, and it's required by Canadian auditing standards that the auditor issue to their client what their plan is and get their client's agreement to that. And other documents that we sign in terms of representations and so forth that are referred to within this letter, we also take care of or bring those to you for signature as well.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Does this go out as an RFP or anything as well every year, or every few years, or?
Yes, it does. And we put it out to RFP in 2010. And then I think it was 2018 when I returned to the county, we put it out again for an RFP. And in both instances, Metrics was the successful bidder on the audit. So I believe we've got another year after this one left on this current contract, and then we'll consider an RFP after that.
Would I be correct in assuming it's a fairly specialized field? So to do a municipal audit is not something your average tax accountant can undertake. This is a fairly specialized thing.
It is, but quite a few of the bigger firms and even the mid-sized firms have experience. Metrics, for instance, has a numerous portfolio of municipal clients. And that's one of the reasons we've been very satisfied with their work over the years, is they brought efficiencies into the audit and very well versed on what the issues are that a municipality faces, and we're well suited to the task. So those are some of the qualitative things that we look for in the RFP proposals.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd be happy to make the motion that council receives the 2022 audit plan for information.
Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us to item 10.3, reallocation of unused budget from 2022 to 2023 for Phase 2 Rocky to Caroline to Olds Broadband Core Backbone Project. And again, I guess we're joined by Mr. McDonald, so we'll let him take it away.
Good afternoon, Reeve and council. I'm asking today that for a request for decision that council considers the Broadband Core Backbone Phase 2 Rocky to Caroline Olds reallocation of unused budget from 2022 to 2023 to be funded by a transfer from restricted surplus of $500,000. The background, there's been an unexpected delay in construction, weather, a Broadband Core Backbone Phase 2 project through the town of Olds due to the weather, as well as alignment and permitting issues. During the budget deliberations, it was expected that the majority of construction would be completed in 2022, requiring about $300,000 required to complete in 2023. Because of the delay, the approved 2022 capital budget for this phase of the core backbone was $1,160,824 expenditures to date for December 31st, 2022, subject to year-end adjustments, and I think that's Mr. Hagan's area, were about $610,581, leaving $550,243 unspent from the broadband restricted surplus account. These delays have resulted in much less of the project being completed in 2022, requiring completion in 22. To accomplish this, a budget adjustment is required. Any questions?
So there is a recommendation there. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So in our different restricted accounts, there's the one that always sits at the top. I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, of the in progress. When this was budgeted for originally, when we moved between years, would that not have automatically gone into an in progress account and then continued in 2023? I'm just curious why this looks a little different than what we're used to for projects that continue.
Yes. So the staff estimate where they will be at December 31st. So it's always like not 100% sure where we're gonna be at the end. And in this case, we don't move it to work in progress because it has its own restricted surplus account.
Okay.
So then we just, again, similar to the paving one, we only take out of that restricted surplus account what they've actually used. So now they have a more solid number that they're actually only gonna spend $600,000 in 2022, requiring that they just increase the budget for 2023 and just identify that restricted surplus account as the funding source. So truly not really changing the project any, just the timing of when the funds will be spent and withdrawn from that restricted surplus account.
So should it be in a project that didn't have a restricted surplus already allocated to it, it would have come in from that project's ongoing account?
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I get regular calls from people wanting to know when they're going to be able to be connected. The delays from last year, what kind of time frame can I answer people?
I would Go to Mr. Hagan first.
With all due respect, I believe that is outside the purview of this agenda item. I would look to the chair for direction on this.
Yeah, I would rule that probably being correct. I think ultimately the goal of the broadband project is to connect homes. We're not quite there yet. So I think that's best I can do for the moment as well. So. Councillor Graham.
This is pretty straightforward, I think. I don't have any questions pertaining to it at all, and it's just housekeeping as far as I'm concerned. And I would like to make a motion that council reallocates the unused budget from the 2022 to the 2023 to be funded by a transfer from restricted surplus for the broadband core backbone phase 2 Rocky Caroline Olds. That works?
Okay, further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I would call that question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. That brings us to item number 11, and that has a title of CAO Office, Village of Caroline, Clearwater County Amalgamation Discussion.
I do have a question before we get.
Oh, sorry. Sure, no, by all means, if I've missed something.
No, you didn't miss, you didn't. I just, for Councillor Ratcliffe, he often will get questions with regards to the broadband program, and not being purview to the broadband committee work. I want to try to make sure that he does have a way to ensure that those residents have some form of communication. What is the best place for him to send those residents? Should it come directly to the office, to the info, email? I just want to ensure that his residents do get their questions answered, even though Councillor Ratcliffe cannot sit at the broadband committee table.
Thank you for that question and suggestion, Deputy Reeve. My intent was not to address that issue, but rather to help council stay focused on the issue at hand at the time. Residents are welcome to call administration if they're looking for an update on the project itself, that sort of thing. Mr. McDonald is the best contact for that. And apart from that, we try and support with communication to the public through our monthly update reports that are first presented to the broadband committee, and then once accepted there, are brought to this council for additional information as well. And it's our intent there to keep folks up to date on the progress of the project and that sort of thing. And just as a reminder, administration has not been directed by council to connect anyone to date. This is a core backbone project that we're building that will facilitate connection in the future.
Okay. Again, item 11.1, and I believe I'll look across the room to Mr. Emmons to introduce this agenda item.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So this agenda before council today is on the joint letters to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the joint letter to the Town of Rocky Mountain House on a potential amalgamation with the Village of Caroline. The staff recommendation that council consider a motion to direct administration to jointly initiate exploring amalgamation with the Village of Caroline. That council review the attached letters and direct administration appropriately. So the background before this agenda, as per the Municipal Government Act, Section 103, a letter is required to the Minister of Municipal Affairs advising the Minister of exploring the process of amalgamation. So it doesn't commit either councils to amalgamating, but it is a notification of exploration. In that process, of course, is referring to CCing potential affected authorities. So that would be school division. The Municipal Affairs also advised library boards, the Town of Rocky Mountain House and such. So this letter is attached for council's review and consideration.
And Councillor Swanson is first.
So as I read through this agenda, I'm curious. It talks about the initiating municipality. Who is identified as being the initiating I'm saying that wrong, initiating municipality, please.
Great question, Councillor Swanson. For the sake of logistics, we are. Simply, it's more streamlined because the grant is in ours, so we've been identified as the initiating municipality. You're welcome.
Additional questions from council? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. We've not yet had the town halls on this, so we haven't heard from the public whether they think that this is something we should initiate or not. We haven't had the official word from them of this, if this is something they want. I'm hesitant to send out a letter saying we're initiating a process if the public comes back and says, we don't want this process.
Mr. Emmons?
Well understood, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Again, what this is notification to the minister more than anything. It's a grant requirement in phase 1. We are scheduled to meet with the public. This is non-committal. It simply addresses phase 1 of the grant, of that notification of intent to explore. It's literally that open-ended. So it doesn't commit. You're absolutely correct. We could go out to our scheduled public engagement, which starts February 27th, I believe, and the public could be very negative on it, which would stop the process. My assumption, I shouldn't make that, but I would think it would weigh on this council.
And I think from my view, it's not a courtesy, it's a requirement that we notify the minister that we are exploring this concept. And I think if they knew we were holding public engagement opportunities without really putting the minister on official notice that we're doing those things, I think that could be a misstep, and I appreciate this coming forward at this time. Councillor Northcott, please.
No, I agree with your comment there, Reeve. I think the open houses are sort of a form of exploring, but I would make the motion to direct administration to jointly initiate exploring amalgamation with the village of Caroline with that letter.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I would support that motion. I was just gonna say though that we do have RMA coming up next month, and if the minister receives this letter, that could be a chance that we could sit down and have a chat with her about that, which I think would be wonderful. But I would support that motion.
Okay. And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. In doing this, does this open the county up to any, there's always, anytime we make a decision, there can often be ripples in the water that we're not expecting. What ripples could we potentially be putting ourselves into in doing this?
Again, great question, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. I would suggest the ripple that perhaps could be anticipated would be misunderstanding. As Reeve Lougheed pointed out, this is a legislative requirement. By the province, it's identified in phase 1. Phase 2 is the start of public engagement, so the minister does require notification prior to. So we are doing things in the right order, but respectfully, even administratively, put out an email to staff, letting them know, because some emotions can get mixed in and misunderstand that this is far more committal. This is the agreement to explore the process. Literally nothing more. It will be driven by the public, which is why council wanted the engagement sessions in and around Caroline, including those people. And even, our consultants adopted Councillor Graham's suggestion of an online because it affects all of Clearwater County. So that would be my assumption, Deputy Reeve, is perhaps the misunderstanding of the intent. This amalgamation process is truly that. It's exploring a process.
Okay. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
So this isn't really committing us to anything except the first steps. Okay. The grant we received, will that we expect that will cover all the costs?
The vast majority, I would say, for this phase.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Swanson?
Just another question in regards to number 2 under 5.04.1, it's 2. It says that the report must include a certificate by the initiating municipal authority. Just, is that, I'm not sure what that certificate, that would be the 3rd page, 162. Right at the top of the page. There. The report, yeah, 8. Sorry. The report must include a certificate by the initiating municipal authority stating that the report accurately. So does that come under our consultant to supply that certificate?
From my understanding, Councillor Swanson, and please understand, I haven't gone through an amalgamation process, but I've read up on it. That's nearing the end of phase 2. Our consultant would put it all together as a package. With the adoption acceptance, is my understanding that's the certificate of initiating and into. You're welcome.
And I'll come back to, actually, I'll go to Councillor Cermak and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just to clarify, the first meeting for the amalgamation meetings is at the Caroline Hub on March 20th. Or was that canceled?
First meeting, I'd have to pull up my calendar, but it's
my calendar, I had it up and that, it says, my calendar says the 20th.
No. So, Councillor Cermak, the first meeting is February 27th, starting at 6. And it is
at the Leslieville Hall.
At Leslieville Hall. The next one is March 1st, and I believe that one, mine doesn't say on here.
At the Butte Hall?
Yep, at the Butte.
Yep. Oh, and in the 6th is, no, that's a Crammon Hall, the 6th of March.
Thank you.
And the Caroline Hub one is the 13th? Okay.
Okay.
And I need to take that off my calendar.
All right, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Section 111, contents of order. A says that the minister may dissolve one or more of the councils of the municipal authorities that are amalgamated. How often does that happen? We're just building momentum here. It'd be a shame to stop and start over. Would you know?
It truly depends on the amalgamation. They're so site specific.
Okay.
You know, you take the Grand Cache, or the cache with Greenview. That one was mutual. It was negotiated, and the councils were also negotiated. If it's done more under a minister's watch, then the province will direct it more.
Okay.
It's the best way I can answer, Councillor Ratcliffe.
And that makes me feel better. Okay. Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought the Grand, and maybe I'll research it some more, but I thought the Grand Cache was done under under a dissolution of one and not this full amalgamation process, whereas we're doing more of a Diamond Valley process, or that's what it's looking like here, whereas they're doing as a joint amalgamation, whereas I thought Grand Cache was more under a understood negotiated dissolution, which is different. I could be wrong, but that's what I thought.
No, I would concur with that. It was a discussion and a formal legal amalgamation, but it was with intent, is my understanding.
Okay, any additional questions? Councillor Northcott.
Oh, just a short little comment here, I guess, in regards to amalgamations and dissolutions really throughout the province, but just kind of goes to show you just how important it is to maintain a level of awareness for the well-being of your neighboring municipalities, because in the future there may be amalgamations or dissolutions. So I think it is important to have some level of awareness on your neighboring municipalities. That's all.
Thank you. Anyway, we were, in this item, we were looking for staff recommendation, which is to consider a motion to direct administration to jointly initiate a letter exploring amalgamation with the village of Caroline. Councillor Northcott.
I'd already made that motion.
Oh, sorry.
It's currently on the floor.
It's been so long since that
that's
was
right.
done.
No worries, absolutely.
All right, any further discussion relating to that motion? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
While I am not against building a larger community that is Caroline and Clearwater County, and what that could look like in the future, I personally do not want to jeopardize the county in any way, and feel that this should be more of a dissolution process, not an amalgamation process. So I'll be voting against this today.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion relating to the motion before us? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That's carried. That takes us down into item number 12, which is reports, starting with the CAO report. And Mr. Emmons, I'll turn the floor over to you. Is there anything you'd like to highlight out of your report?
Perhaps item number 1, Reeve Lougheed. Registration is now open for the 2023 Alberta Rural Connectivity Forum. The Alberta Rural Connectivity Coalition announced this is its 3rd annual Alberta Rural Connectivity Forum, scheduled for May 24th and 25th in Olds, with a welcome reception dinner for the evening of the 23rd. Any councillors wishing to attend, this would require a motion by council.
Okay, would there be an indication of councillors interested in attending? Or we could have a blanket motion to allow all councillors to attend this. Councillor Swanson.
I'll make a motion that any councillor that's interested to welcome to let administration register them to attend.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Discussion relating to that motion. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. I think you have another item that may be similar in some ways.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And yes, item number 2 for CAPE is hosting the Workforce Strategy Summit to Central Alberta employers, scheduled for March 30th in Red Deer. Administration received correspondence from CAPE inviting council to attend. Any councillors wishing to attend, a motion would also be required.
Okay, maybe we could go ditto or a different motion, but Councillor Swanson?
Because I'm part of the CAPE, I have already registered, but anyways, yes, I will make a motion that any councillor that wishes to attend to do so.
Thank you for that motion. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, I call that question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Anything else that you'd like to highlight, Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And the 3rd and final item, also the FCM annual conference is scheduled May 25th to the 28th in Toronto. 3 councillors may attend when the conference takes place outside of Alberta, and as per council's policy, which is attached, the policy intent is to provide all councils opportunity to attend at least one conference per term. Administration asks that council appoints 3 council members to attend, so conference registrations may be made.
Okay, look for expressions of interest to attend that. We need 3 councillors. Councillor Swanson is interested. Any other councillors showing interest in that? Deputy Reeve Lougheed?
I attended last year, so I definitely will be looking to other councillors to attend. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that I did find it extremely valuable. So if anybody was questioning if they felt it was valuable and or worthwhile, it is very. I felt it was valuable.
Councillor Swanson?
I did look at the FCM schedule, and next year it is going to be held in Calgary, so we will all be attending, if we so choose, next year in Calgary. So just to let councillors be aware.
So we have one expression of interest so far. Any other expressions by council to go to Toronto for that FCM conference? I did attend in Regina last year as well, so I don't want to overstep anybody else's opportunity, but I would express an interest if we cannot fill that spot today that I would represent as well. So. Councillor Graham?
I will respectfully step back from attending. It's not a good time of year for me to be in another province, so I look forward to Calgary next year.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
I would go, but I already have conflicts for that time frame, unfortunately. But I'd happily motion to have 3 councillors express their interest to Alana, and she can schedule that.
Okay. Sounds like an approach to the issue. All right, so with that before us, I would call the question then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Anything further you'd like to highlight, Mr. Emmons? Looking then for an acceptance of the CAO report for information. Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? And that's carried. A number of updates there. Is there anything relating to 12.2 that you would like to highlight, or any questions relating to that? Deputy Reeve?
My question was actually regarding the EDA conference, and I was curious if we were registered for that, because I'm told it's full. So I was hoping that we had our spots reserved already. So it's coming up in April. So.
Councillor Swanson, please.
If it keep on your radar, if they do offer a virtual option, I think most of us would be interested in that, please.
Okay, I would look for a motion to accept the Broadband Core update report as circulated. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Regional Fire Rescue Services, any questions about that report? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to accept that report for information. Councillor Graham was first. All those in favor? And that is carried as well. So that brings us to councillor reports, and we'll go all the way over to Division 1 for the first report, please.
All right, for the sake of time, I'm going to keep this quick. Councillor Swanson, Reeve Lougheed, and I attended the Highway 11 twinning photo op
announcement. Yes.
Announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
That was really great. It was a little chilly, but it was great. Library board meeting. Nothing really to report from that. I went to a Rocky Rec board meeting, and something I'd like to bring to our attention is Councillor Hutchinson from the town had a really great idea about doing like family fun nights where it would just be tobogganing in town, and then we could do skating in Leslieville the next week and tobogganing in Caroline. I don't know if there's a hill in Caroline for that, and it's just kind of a way that it's free, fun winter activities for families to do, because there's so much in the summer but there's not much in the winter, and it would be good for our councils to have that time where it's not really business but we can all get to know each other better, get hot chocolate donated. So just to be on your guys' radar, we could see something coming forward about that. I attended a rural industry crime meeting, and we had an idea for a potential fall resolution come forward. Many other provinces are doing a lot more in regards to recycling of copper wires, and that's cutting down on the industry crime that they're experiencing, whereas Alberta is basically doing nothing and you can sell it to anyone. And so we have a gentleman who's done a bunch of research and written a paper on it, so I'm going to discuss things more with him, and keep your ears and eyes open for potential resolution for us to consider for the fall. We all were at the CRMA meeting. I already talked about the area structure plan meeting. Don't really have anything to report from the broadband meeting. Wildrose School, we were all there. Reeve Lougheed did a wonderful job at the Chamber Lunch and Learn presenting the state of the county. Very excellent job with that. I had 2 people at my counselor drop-in session, so that was really exciting. I have a whole list of questions for the MDP coming up from the one that are awesome, and some positive things that he had to say from it as well. So that was really exciting. North Saskatchewan Rec, we had our first meeting for myself, and I think it was Councillor Northcott's first time at that meeting as well.
Yes, it was, yes.
Yeah, it was a really good meeting. Yeah, and just a couple of things. I was at the arena and saw on one of the televisions they were displaying the public hearing for the MDP. So that was really great to see. And then I was out and about yesterday and heard it on the radio, it being advertised. So that was awesome. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Graham? And I'll move to Councillor Northcott, please.
I don't have a whole pile to report here. I did attend a library board meeting in Caroline. I just wanted to pass along the appreciation for the funding and stuff like for that library. That there's so many people that they service there. They're single parents, single moms, seniors, families. That little library does do a lot in the community. The Great Wooded Forge Association, I went to a meeting there. There's lots of funding for fencing, seating, opportunities like that. So if anybody, any residents or anything have projects they would like to do, or maybe find grant funding for, visit the Great Wooded Forge Association website, and they can get additional information there. And yeah, the MDP public hearing is on the 21st at 9:00 a.m. But other than that, that's all I have for a report.
Great. Questions for Councillor Northcott? Well, again, thank you for your report. I'll move to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. In the interest of time, I will just do the two major highlights, and I'll send out everything else to you, because I went to several different seminars that were fabulous. So I'll send that stuff out. Health prevention, the health professionals engagement team, as always, we're extremely busy, but we are working on a scholarship opportunity to hopefully gear towards nurses in their last kind of year, and it'll be all health professionals, but right now we're hurting for nurses, so we're aiming it towards them. We're hoping to have that finalized by our next meeting, and then it can hopefully go out. However, we did finalize the Heart of Healthcare Award that will be a part of the Chamber and Combined Ag banquet happening on March 10th. Nominations for that are open now and will be open until, I believe, the end of February. And information on that can be found on the Chamber website, because the health professions team is now a sub-team of the Chamber as well. So they have helped us build that award. And everything else I will simply send out to you guys, so that in the interest of time, otherwise I tend to drone on with all the things that I stay busy doing.
Well, it's an exciting time, and thank you. Questions for Deputy Reeve Melhoff? Well, thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I attended the Bighorn Backcountry Committee meeting. A lot of people making things happen there in the backcountry. The province announced several projects for this year. They're largely more parking and staging areas for the rail trail and other trails. The biggest project is there's some major work planned at Crescent Falls to add more parking areas, washrooms, and stairs down to the falls. It is expected to be closed for the season because it's such a major piece of work, but it will really transform that site. I attended the Horberg Gravel Pit Open House with Deputy Reeve Melhoff and Councillor Cermak. The county has really done a great job in planning this gravel pit. They've designed out the usual concerns from residents. So there were only a small number of people showed up. I think there were more from the county and the consultant. There's a few wanted to attend. I also attended the Wild Rose meeting last week, supper meeting. I was talking with the superintendent who shared some alarming information with me, which is that after COVID, they're having a 20 to 30% absentee rate, that the students aren't used to being at school or feeling they need to, and I'm not sure what that bodes for our future. That's all I have to report.
Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, again, thank you for your report, and we'll move to Councillor Cermak.
Okay, I'm just gonna touch on a few subjects here. One was that Reeve Lougheed and myself met with the Mountain View ICF, and I found it very interesting on their invasive species. I think it's a policy, or is it a bylaw that they have in place for the wild boars and invasive species coming into their county. And I would like to see our council and our administration put something together for this county to block that on these invasive species. We have nothing in place right now. We have one that's already existing. We can live with that. It has to do checks, I think, once a year, once every 6 months. But we know that when it's happened in other provinces, these boars have got loose and they have really raised havoc with agriculture. So I'd like to put something in front before that happens to us. And Mountain View County is fairly concerned because the boar operation that's on right now is fairly close to their county too. So they are concerned. And the other one is that the Caroline Ag Society would like to set up a meeting with administration and the fire department so that they can get going on their bull busting, because I guess I attended a meeting last night. So as I understand, there's lots of stipulations that have been put in place because our facility does not meet what the fire marshal thinks it should to do this. And what he's proposed, the Ag Society would like to propose how they would like to do it. So we need to set up a meeting as soon as possible, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions for Councillor Cermak? Councillor Northcott, please.
Yeah, no, I'd just like to echo exactly the same. Mr. Cermak, I've been getting the same comments. So I agree with your comments 100%.
Thanks. I think we always want to be supportive of our fire service in upholding those provincial and federal regulations that are there for the safety and protection of the public at all times, and the amount of latitude they have in being able to create alternatives for that people may be unaware that they have very little latitude in creating alternatives in some of those things. So thank you for that. Councillor Swanson.
Okay, I emailed my report last night, but I just want to highlight a few things. So yeah, my councillor drop-in session was Friday morning. I had 4 people stop by. Topics, of course, were the MDP public hearing upcoming and interest in development in Nordegg. They're looking forward to when the lots come. I attached some photos, so I went through my travels because we took a quick drive to see family relatives, so I attached that for your viewing. I thought they would be great projects for Nordegg as well. The other thing, on the February 2nd, I did attend that Ag Society's pre-workshop for Open Farm Days on becoming a destination for training and development. The presenter, John Charlotte, was exceptional, was excellent. And I was very happy to see that 5 of the 30 attendees were from our county alone. So that was excellent attendee. Lots of brains. I think the tourism farms that went there are going to have a very much more success in this coming year. I'm not going to say anything more about the Brownlee Emerging Trends because some of my fellow councillors are going to watch it on Thursday. So anyways, the land titles one I'll just say was the most interesting. Because it's 4 to 4.5 months away in delay, like that's a big one. And of course, on Friday, it was at the Alberta Senior, ASHA, the Alberta Seniors Community Housing Board Association. They have an upcoming conference at the beginning of April, and it's interesting to their pre-election advocacy messaging and training, how they develop that. So that it's not necessarily for elected officials, it's for their association in particular, but that was very interesting for me, and yeah, in that response. So if anybody has any questions, happy to answer.
Great. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Again, thank you for your report. I know our time is very short, so my report will be very short as well. It's been really a whirlwind couple of weeks here, lots of things happening, lots of things upcoming. So I'm excited that we will be moving into a special council meeting next week, really with the opportunity there for a public hearing for the public to give their feedback on our proposed draft MVP. Just so there's clarity there, we will not be going to second reading in that process, but we will be using the information that's gathered from the comments of the public in that day to be able to incorporate them within the, with any amendments within that draft MVP. So I appreciate everybody's efforts up to this point and getting the awareness out in many different and diverse ways. Thank you, good work. We're getting that topic discussed and hopefully gathering enough public interest that we get a meaningful representation from our community in that public hearing. And I'd also like to remind people that they can submit written submissions up until, I believe, the 17th of this month. That would be very much appreciated as well. It's very important that we contact our community in every possible means, so I appreciate that opportunity. With that, I would look for a motion to accept councillor reports as information. Councillor Ratcliffe was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Council remuneration, that's been circulated. Would there be any things to note there? If not, I would look for a motion to accept councillor remuneration as circulated. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. We have 3 items of correspondence as well. Anything to highlight in those letters of correspondence? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. Just the town of Bonacord's letter regarding the health crisis in that region and them supporting Ponoka in their concerns with their fire service and the downloading that's going to that. I just wanted to bring to light that it's proof that this is not strictly an us issue. This is truly a provincial issue, and we're having more and more municipalities come forward in support of those of the groups like us for seconding resolutions to this effect, and Ponoka for spearheading it. There's more and more groups coming forward and ringing the alarm bells on this issue. So I just wanted to show that was yet another one coming forward.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments or questions around the letters of correspondence? If not, I would look for a motion to accept the correspondence as for information. Councillor Cermak was first, I think. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Would there be any notices of motion? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Notice of motion. Thank you. This is the Clean Energy Improvement Program. It's a property assessed clean energy program that helps people make energy efficient upgrades to their property without having to put all of the money down. The cost of the upgrade is recovered through the owner's property taxes. This program appears to be quite successful in other municipalities, and it could include investment in individual private solar power systems for those of you that are still in shock from your last 2 months' power bills. So my notice of motion is, be it resolved that administration be requested to investigate the costs and benefits to the taxpayers to implement a bylaw to put a clean energy improvement program in place in Clearwater County. The investigation should include conversations with other municipalities that have been running this program for a few years. The hope is that this program would be available for this construction season.
Okay, was administration able to capture that, or is that something you can forward along?
I will email
so
it to you, Lana.
Thank you for that. Any other notices of motion? If not, the next item is item 15, and that is a closed session item. So I'd be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Swanson, please, and all those in favor. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, after our closed session. We may have a motion coming out of the discussions in closed session. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. Motion that administration continue to work collaboratively with the town on building an airport agreement for future consideration of council.
Okay, discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us to the end of our agenda, I believe, unless I've missed something. I've been jumping around in this all day long, so hopefully I haven't missed anything. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Northcott, all in favor? Great. Thank you all for joining us today. Please take the opportunity to send your letters in about your concerns or your comments around the MDP, as well as try to pencil off that day coming up February the 21st, 9 a.m. Opportunity for you to share your comments with council and your community. With that, we say goodbye for the day, and we'll catch you next time.